So, where were we? Right, we had a decision. We had to decide if we're going after... God, Pope's so literal. This has turned out to be a game where I don't have a lot of dead time to chat. Because there's so much reading going on. I do apologize. Fear not. I'm sure we'll get there. One or another. Just be patient with me. It's all I ask. Be patient with me. We have a choice. We've got 4 suspects, right? We've got Ferenc, the brother or father or monk dude, who was an ass. We've got Lucky, who is antagonistic, violent, strong, etc. We've got Sister... I don't remember her name, but the sister we've already talked to, who has all of the motive, but none of the anything else. So I'm just going to wipe her off the board, because, to be perfectly frank, even if she is guilty, there is no way in hell I'm going to go after her for this, for reasons that should be self-evident in a minute when I finish talking about this. And then we've got Bragwin, who obviously is the real killer. I'll put that towards the city builder block, Citizen Sleeper, Chris Tales, and a thank you. Thank you, Bragwin. Always appreciate you. Yeah, exactly. If the sister did it, she's extraordinarily justified. Well, we're not going to go grave robbing. I want to explain why. Good evening, Darkrai. Simple Gamer. Loner. Von Falkenstein. Good morning, all. Or evening, or whatever. Yeah, it's not Spartan. Spartan would never do it. Spartan would never kill. Unless I told him to. So. Ferenc was the ass. The sister is whatever. Yeah, the widow would be justified if she did it. We'll come back to that in a minute. And then we've got Lucky. And I found myself just approaching this here. Let's go outside so I don't have to listen to this. I found myself approaching this like a basic logic puzzle. So, we needed motive. We needed means. But there's one last category. One of the things we established very definitively, thanks to the autopsy, was that they had to have been killed on the Abbey grounds, probably right next to the Abbey, the room he was found in, right? And even at a glance, I think I can actually... Yeah, there we go. So, there's not a lot of places, right? Like, there's not a lot of places around there that it can be. So it has to be right frickin' there. That's important, because not everyone can come and go to the Abbey without, at the very least, drawing attention. Someone would have noticed... Even if they didn't try to stop them, which they might have, someone would have noticed him and like, hey, what are you doing here? I bring that up because that almost guarantees it's not the sister, the widow, excuse me. She's already weak and old and probably couldn't sneak up on someone to kill them anyways, even though she has a weapon that could have done the task. And she also, there's no way in hell she could have actually gotten there to actually do it, right? She's out. The sister, as we've already talked about, I don't think she did it. She certainly has the motive, but there's no way in hell I'm going to finger her for it. But more importantly, I really don't think she did it. I really think that she is more interested in just noping away from that rather than taking revenge for it. I know that's just a character judgment, but I stand by it. You know what I mean, right? Some people are like, I need closure, and other people are like, I never want to deal with it again. And she strikes me as a never wants to deal with it again. So, that's 2 of our suspects gone. That just leaves Lucky and Ferenc. Lucky absolutely has the strength to do it. I don't know a motive for him at the moment. But based on how he was acting, he probably does have a motive if we were to dig into him. However, Lucky not only would be spotted on the Abbey grounds, but probably would have been shooed away from it. As one of the things we know is that Father Thomas, I think his name was, specifically has been telling him to piss off and not actually look under the infrastructure, even when it needs to be looked at. So he definitely would have been spotted, and therefore, leaves only one possible suspect, just by logical deduction, Ferenc. Now, as it happens, Ferenc absolutely has a motive. If you remember, we've already found the letter, thanks to the wife, the widow now, and we also have already discovered the other copy of that letter with Ferenc. So we know for total certainty he was actually getting blackmailed by Lawrence, right? So there's your motive. He was doing occult stuff, and Lorenz wanted him to do occult stuff for him. Otherwise, I'll expose you for doing occult stuff. Anyways, so there's your motive. No problems. We also know Ferric is kind of an ass, and yeah, that's certainly a thing. Yeah, witchcraft, heresy, and mutation. He also is one of the only 2 people amongst the suspects we have which can navigate this area without any kind of incidents. And he's a nice, big, strong guy who absolutely could have done it. And I'm 90% certain that if we were to dig up that cemetery, we would find whatever murder weapon he used to do it, or some other kind of evidence implicating Ferenc. So I think it's Ferenc, and I'm willing to put a 100% statement on that. But I'm not going to do that. Hear me out for a second. So, if it was, let's remove who actually did it from the equation, because as bizarre as it sounds, I don't think it matters. An evil, awful, horrible noble, excuse me for being redundant, was just killed in a way that, you know, is awful, sure, but let's be clear about this. The only reason anyone gives a damn is because he was rich and powerful, right? And because of the way that justice, hi Luco, works in this setting, and by setting I mean in real life at this point, historically speaking, there's no justice. They don't care if we point to someone and say, you accuse, they don't care if they're guilty. It's not about justice. This is a revenge system. Because of the way that high justice usually works under these circumstances, the only thing that matters is someone has to die because someone rich and powerful died. That's it. That's the requirement. Otherwise, people get upset, and there will probably be some kind of an army, and there will be a lot of death. One person is sacrificed to save the town from being burned. That's what's happening here. So it doesn't actually matter who did it. I still think Ferenc did it. I do. I stand by that firmly. Yeah, I did. I know, right, Blade Troll? There's that unreliable narrator thing again. Anyways. So, I think Ferenc did it, but I'm not going to point to him. I think that removing one of the major brothers and one of the people in charge of the scriptorium, which, if you remember, is one of the only things keeping this entire abbey afloat financially, doesn't feel like the correct choice there. So, he's out. Well, if I could blame another noble for it, I would have already done it. But I've got 4 choices, remember? I'm locked in, and this is a video game, so I've got 4 choices. So, the brother's out. The guy who actually did it is out, because I think it would be too negative and detrimental to the abbey, and therefore to the town. So, nope. The sister is completely out. There's no way in hell. Even if she did actually do it, I'm not going to have her executed for going after someone who assaulted her like that. No. So that leaves me 2 people. Lucky, the widow. And there's no choice here. We have to sacrifice the widow. And I'm going to phrase it that way, because that is what this is. Lucky is still in his prime, and still performs valuable services for the town, is well-liked and has a life ahead of them. She does not. She's already lost her husband, she is already old, and she's losing her house. We have to sacrifice her. There is no other choice. I'm not what you'd call super happy about that, but it'll be extraordinarily easy to point to her and say she did it. No, I cannot, Blade Chaval. There's a negative to gameplay for that. No, it's cold calculus. It is. I'm not super happy about that on any level, but she is the value. It'll be so easy to prove. I don't know if this will be true in gameplay, but like think about this in lore, right? She has already openly talked about her pagan beliefs, and she's openly talked about how she wishes everyone at the Abbey would die. That's easy. All I have to do is put her in front of the Prince Bishop and be like, here you go. And we found the murder weapon, and we have a motive. Murder weapon. Yeah, sorry, gotta put that in quote quotes. Because, again, I'm, like, extremely certain that it was Ferenc. So, we only have a little bit of time. We might have no time, so we're going to investigate her. That's the wrong way. We're good. I am enjoying the game, for what it's worth. Apparently it has 3 acts. I don't know how long each act is, but... No, there's almost guaranteed to be a plus to gameplay for choices. Almost guaranteed. The only reason I haven't codified that is I'm not sure how many it's going to be. So I'm here to help you, Ottilia. Let's do this. I needed to collect some firewood, but I haven't been able to muster the energy. Yeah, she doesn't have the energy to collect firewood. There's no way she killed him. There's no way. So, let's gather you some sticks. No questions. Good. And yeah, while you are correct, Schmeidolf, that's kind of like the saying that Switch games don't deserve a negative for one save slot because you can always just make a new account. The game doesn't get any credit for that, you know what I mean? Good morning, Walker. And yes, I spent a lot of time with friends and family. Playing co-op games, playing with the kids. Cleaning the house. There are the trees Otto's been filling for the abbot. Break off that branch there, the big one. That's technically poaching. The trees belong to the abbot. I refuse to help until she might not help me in her lands. Though she allegedly arrived, must have been serious, but serious enough to kill him? Perhaps I can make her see reason. Alright, let's do it. Good, I like an obedient boy. That's all the wood I need for a while. Hey, Magister. Yes, welcome back to Tyrol, apparently. Tyrol? God, I don't know. That's von Falkenstein. I can't do pronunciations. I can't use all these sticks. They're too big. You need to break them down for me. For a common lady, you have the mane of a noblewoman. What was that? Break the sticks. Got it. What, the thing a few weeks ago, or like something new, Spartan? Guess I'll start wearing a shirt. This one's too small and frail, just like you. She's such a lovely person. Hey, Ect. Bigger, smaller, bigger, smaller. She's such a lovely woman, really. None of these are right size. I guess I'll freeze to death. Now come help me at the house. Of course. I will do all that you ask, Master. I have some mementos from Radek here. They've gone crooked and I can't reach. Can you hang them for me? Sure. And please be careful of my pictures. Some are very fragile. I would hate to lose them to your carelessness. Jesus Christ. Fine, I'll use the goddamn controller. Damn it, Walker. That was new. Sure. That looks alright. Thank you for hanging those. Just one thing. Remove the cross. Are you sure? Don't you gainsay me, boy. Alright. Listen, you don't want to ask so far. Why are you balking now? Just do it. Okay. I mean, she's making it so easy. Like, this is just... Sorry, widow. It's time for you to die. Like, for real, she's going to be killed. They're going to want blood for this. That's how that works. Please don't work yourself about never, Walker! And thank you, Walker, very, very much. Always appreciate that support. Thank you very much. And I'll put that towards things in a moment. If a moment you will give me. Yeah, no, she is in survival state. I wouldn't even call her existing at this point. We're putting it towards FF7, R1, gravity circuit, and the Kingdom Hearts block. Done. Second. Why is he complaining about the Battle of Waterloo, Zacto? Whoops. Dang it. Here we go. Sorry. Okay, there. One last thing for you to do, if you're willing. Legal document. Need you to read. The words are too small for my old eyes. My reading's not so good. Nothing would delight me more, Attila. Of that I have no doubt. Oh, probably Blade Taval. But I've already given my logic regardless of her being, you know, unpleasant. I have not on Wolfenstein. This document shows, etc., etc., etc. Need the document. It says land has been a freehold to Rannick since 1489. Bill Peter told me your family lived on this land for generations. What was the lease with Rannick? You remember there's one decent man left in Tassing after all. I don't know much of this legal nonsense, but I know my father and grandfather both held this land as a freehold. Rannick's family was the poorer one. My parents allowed us to live here after they moved to... Shh. Darn it. Seems you haven't seen us do anything, or is pretending to. Bastard. It says, oh, due to the recent death of Rannick Kemper, his lack of heirs to inherit your inability to pay the fees on the land, the property is forfeit to the church. That said, this is all very suspect. I did not complete my lottery, but I smell something rotten in this letter. There are questionable assertions in here. You already established the lease was with your family, not Rannick's. The lease allows for partition of the land. You would be able to have the ability to allow others to farm here in exchange for payments to you. Johann and Franz never would. They want the land for themselves. Yeah, there's always the Gertners. Oh, my honey's turned to vinegar, boy. But maybe you're right about the family. Never had any problems with the Gertners. In any case, it's clear the Abbey is not being truthful about the existing lease on this property. Seems to use Rannick's death as an opportunity to try and change the existing lease to something more profitable. Yes, Rannick's death is all the fault of that monster Lorenz. If he were alive, I'd kill him myself. May he boil in hell for eternity. Did you know this would happen? Think I'm stupid? It was inevitable. I think it's time you tell me your version of what happened with the Baron, so I can, you know, point to you and say, J'accuse! In a really dramatic fashion. Rannick, my husband, he caught that devil riding through our property and told him, rightly, to leave. The Baron beat Rannick for it so savagely he took a cane to walk. Even his breathing pained him. Never could breathe deep so long as he lived, which wasn't long at all. Wow! That Baron was the worst kind of man, careless and cruel. He knew he could beat Rennig and suffer no consequences, so he did. We were not even so low as animals to him. We were furniture. No, you don't beat your furniture. And I knew after Rennig died, the church would try to take what little had left. This document only confirms it. All because of Lawrence. That's a pretty compelling reason for you to have killed him. You say to yourself you'd do it if you could. Who's to say you haven't already? Finally, some honesty from you. This is the real purpose of your visit all along. I'm an old woman, Andreas. Even walking from my bed to my door pains me. How can I kill a man in his prime? Not that it matters. I'm sure I'll take the blame for it anyways, just like I'm blamed for every runny nose and thrown horseshoe around here. People in town can't wait for me to die, and the Abbey vultures hate me for my contempt of them. None of it matters. I don't care what happens to me anymore. Thank you for your help, boy. You're the only one who's come calling since my Rennig passed, you know? Now get out. I need to lie down. Yeah. Oh, that was horrific. Decided to carpet bomb this entire area. Anyone in favor? Yes, I realize that means we're carpet bombing, you know, real life history. But it deserves it! Well, so on the one hand, well, obviously the other three people are right out. Or the other two people, excuse me. Lucky and the sister. First of all, I'm like 98% convinced the sister did not do it. And I am reasonably convinced that that Lucky didn't do it. So she's innocent, and I wouldn't accuse her if she was, and he is useful and valuable to the community. So they're both right out. So those are nopes. That just leaves the guy in charge of the scriptorium, which is the thing keeping the Abbey afloat, which is the thing that's probably like helping the whole literacy thing. Oh yeah, Lucky also couldn't do it. Most likely. Most likely. So I can remove someone from the board who might actually contribute to the benefit. Probably Jesse's best, but I don't want to investigate him because I don't want to go down that path. I've already run out of time. I know this because I actually looked up a walkthrough for the stuff I've already done, and the walkthrough has already done everything I haven't done yet before the point I'm at. Apparently, I've been wasting a lot of time. Anyways, what was I saying? So I can remove someone from the board who might actually be a benefit to the community and might actually cause the collapse of the Abbey, or I can remove her. Those are the options. Guilt doesn't matter at this point, to be blunt. Nobody cares about guilt. Nobody involved in this situation actually cares who actually killed them. Sure, I'm already committed on Falkenstein, so hit me. Hi. God bless you, Andres. Do you have dinner plans? Oh, I'd love to eat. Thank you very much. Brother Thomas will be joining us as well. Oh, that sucks. Blah, 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 blah. Aw, they've got a pretzel. She's got a pretzel. Thanks for joining us, Father Thomas. It's an honor to have you at our table. Please, Ulrich, there's no need to stand on ceremony. You know I enjoy sharing a meal with you and your family. Especially when Gretz serves her rye. God bless you, Father. You're too kind. How's Peter been lately, Andres? Bad mood, but nothing unusual for him. Most of the peasants are in a bad mood. Between the miller and the abbot's taxes, they're in a hard place. More than a few of the families are having difficulty paying their bills. Jesus Christ. I can offer them credit, but I worry about the town's future when times are so hard for them. Yeah. That's just gonna get her killed, Jesse Mask. I don't want Ursula to get killed. My God, has it really been 6 years? It really has. Holy crap. Thank you very, very much for 6 years of support, Ciela. I do appreciate you, as I always do. And I'll put that anniversary sub towards Alundra, Killzone, and Ratchet and Clank. You got it. Much appreciated. Yeah, it's always weird to think that I've been streaming for like 10 years now. It's just... It's a weird thought, you know? It's been made more difficult because the abbot won't allow them to pay in kind with their crops. Between the abbot's taxes and Learnhardt's fees at the mills, they're struggling. I will have... pretzel. I can give them some relief. I must provide it joyfully. Say nothing. You have a kind heart, Ulrich. Perhaps too kind, although I do love that about you. Should this really be your concern, Ulrich? If the peasants are unhappy with their taxes and the miller's fees, they can propose a change. Yeah. No, they can't. They have no leverage, Father. Why can they not speak Christian to Christian? In any case, is the miller not entitled to recompense for his labors? Is the abbot not entitled to taxes as the rightful lord of the land? This is the way it's always been, and always will be. Alright, the father's dead. Learnhardt takes more than his fare. His behavior is not Christ-like. And you'll be the one to judge him, Ulrich? Will you judge the abbot as well? I mean, I would! Someone give me my Glock. It's no matter to tease about. The peasants are suffering. The cause plain to see. Your concern's admirable, but take care in how you speak about this. I suggest you speak to him on the, on the peasant's behalf. Don't make accusations, but share your concerns. I've not found him to be an unreasonable man. All respect, Father. I've been dealing with Learnhardt and his father for 20 years. I know the character of the Miller men. Kindness and reason are not in their nature. God's love is in all of us. I hate Thomas. In one conversation, I have gone from being ambivalent about this guy to wanting to murder him. Throw him on the list! Don't you think Ulrich should try reasoning with him? If past interactions have not yielded fruit, it is reasonable to assume there is little point in further appeals along the same line. That's what I'm saying. Come now, we must always have hope for our fellow man. You got it, your Mazda. Okay, line. I have faith in Christ and love for Learnhardt. Hope for him is more than I can muster at the moment. I mentioned Sister Matilda came by to buy bread for the sisters. Matilda, that was her name. She had a dark cloud over her. Yeah, she's probably worried for the future of the Abbey. The Abbey in danger? I had no idea. I mean... Oh, thank God, Mir Mazda. I'm free! I'm free! The curse is over and my spirit ascends. I think... If I were to guess, if you were to put a gun to my head, I would say Thomas is part of the problem. Either because he has given up all hope, very possible given the times, or he himself is benefiting from the current system, which is my actual guess on the matter. So Thomas is corrupt. The abbot is corrupt. I think that's it, actually. I think those are the only members of the abbey that are corrupt. The guy in charge and the other guy in charge. That's not good. Have faith. The abbey will endure as it always has. Sister Matilda seems so strong. I don't think I've seen her like this before. Do you speak to her often? Yes, when she comes to buy bread, the abbey can make some of their own, but we provide the rest. She walks with that Bohemian monk, Brother Woslov. Say nothing. He makes her laugh. Oh, my heart, that's lovely. It's not appropriate. How dare she laugh? How dare she have joy and happiness in her life? All must suffer as I rip the life from their bones and pick your souls out of my teeth, the blood gushing from my lips. I'm going to murder this guy. I'm going to murder his face off so hard. I'm just going to take his face off. I want to take his face off. Thank you, Brownian. Very much. Appreciate the sub, as always. If you know what 3 things you want to put it towards, please let me know. He could also just be a very, very staunch conservative. Like, I don't mean like a regular... Are they really Jesse's Mask? I don't mean like a regular conservative. I mean like, you know, an extremist, right? All things must stay the same forever. I've known a few people like that in real life. There's no reasoning with them. There's no talking with them. Things should not change. Ever. Well, what about no? But no. Things stay. And then I'm going to kill him. And that way things will be different. Evil Genius 2. Loop Hero. And McWarrior 5. Which I need to increase the price of. Because it keeps getting, frickin' DLCs. Father, surely friendship between brother and sister united in Christ is alright. Not if they're sworn to celibacy. What? I can't believe I'm hearing this. I'm actually legitimately shocked. Like, I'm trying to poke fun, but like, this guy needs to die. He might be onto them, but friendship is not okay if you're celibate? I'm going to ask straight up. I'm going to ask for a spoiler. Can I accuse Thomas? Can I redirect to him and have him murdered? Executed, excuse me. For the murder of the Lord? Because, God, I would do that in a heartbeat. No, of course not. Of course not. I knew it would just be the 4. Okay. I'm okay. Am I excited for Kingdom Come Deliverance 2? Of course I am. Will I be cheating my ass off when I play through it? Yes, absolutely. Troubling. Perhaps I should speak to Father Gernot about it. I swear to God! Well, that was an excellent meal, Grant. Thank you so much for inviting me into your home. Am I excited for Hades 2? No! Of course, Father. We're always honored to have you. God, I want him to die. I want him to die. As you say, I suppose, well, we'll get back to the counter. The barn ladies will be by for their bread soon. Thank you for the seat at your table. It was our pleasure. Oh, God, I want him to die so hard. Yep, I am out of time. Time to go talk to the Archdeacon. Archdeacon? Hi, Lucky. I still don't think you did it. Wait, hold up. It's okay, this is 1518. Nothing will get better, ever. These people are all doomed to poverty and unhappiness for centuries. Life is pain. Yeah, they're about to wish they were dead. Peasants' War is coming up. So they might get caught up in that, and that might be fun. 30 Years' War is a century out. They're safe from that. Their kids' on the other hand. Yeah, that just... Wow, Father Thomas. Matthew, you finally gave me my money. So we're cool. Where is this asshole? Doesn't say. Oh, no, it does actually say. Chapter House. It's like right at the end. Where's the chapter house? There it is. people here. Not if I'm saying anything. Cool. Hello, evil one. Andreas. I hope you die. I hope... God, I know this game is going to be like a dark, gritty, depressing, horrible game of bleakness and despair. But I hope the one tiny, shining, brilliant spot of light is that you will die screaming. Excuse me. I am here at the Archdeacon's request. He can wait a moment. Mr. Mull, if you think I'm unaware of your actions around the Abbey in the past few days, you're mistaken. I don't give a crap. I know you visited the widow Kemperin and convinced her to question the legal status of her lease. Do you often spy on old women? News travels quickly in a small town, Master Mahler. I suppose it's something you wouldn't have learned after all your time in Nuremberg and Venice. But yes, I know, and no legal status of the legal status of her late husband's lease is not in question. Then why are you so upset about it? Because your presence is annoying and corrupting, like a fly in ointment. So, like you, in this abbey. You see corruption everywhere around you and have no sense of moral rot in your own soul. It's tragic but inconsequential. Your ill-informed opinions have no bearing on what happens to that property. Now then, for all your meddling, you will not be welcome in Kiersau after your commission is completed. What are you going to do? Have Matthew throw me out? We've removed more formidable curs than you. Your days of interfering in the daily life of this abbey will end. Are you done? I'll have you to the Archdeacon now. Try not to perjure yourself. God save you. Of course I am, von Falkenstein. What's the alternative? What's the alternative? This is a lose-lose-lose-lose situation. If I can accuse the bishop... Oh, man, I would have already done that. State your name for the records. Andreas Mahler, artist, recently of Venice. Really? What brought you all the way to Upper Bavaria? I go where the work takes me, Your Reverence. Very well. Thank you. Arnold, please write that down. I think we're ready to begin. Of course, Your Reverence. Mr. Mahler, what was your relation to Lawrence? I only know him for a day, but we were on friendly terms. Yeah, I was Spartan. That's the problem. Do you feel you had a sense of him as a person? Yes, Your Reverence. How would you characterize him? Confident, overbearing, used to getting what he wants. You think someone would kill him for that? Yes. I'll need more than perhaps. Someone had to have a reason, if not that, something else. Otherwise it makes my presence here somewhat difficult to explain. The Baron was murdered here in this very room. Someone did it. Father Gunnar believed it was one of his monks, Brother Piero. I have met with Brother Piero and questioned him at length. While it seems unlikely a man of his age and temperament could murder the Baron, he was discovered in flagrant delicto, which means something I didn't click. I'm not going to pull it technically. He was already dead. Stop talking. If you wish to advocate on behalf of Brother Piero, I suggest shutting your mouth until I ask you a question. Whoa! Okay. Piero had reasons to resent the Baron, the loss of his work, the insistence on discussing the writings of the troublemaker from Wittenberg, and for his age and infirmity. I myself have read a case of a man of modest strength who could succumb to the temptations of the devil. Once seized by devilish fever, the poor sinner gains infernal power that allows him to inflict grievous wounds, sometimes fatal. What I'm saying is, in spite of the curious circumstances, Brother Piero is the most plausible perpetrator of this most vile act. I understand you are in friendly terms, and you're also interacting with the Baron in the Italian Abbey. Do you witness anything that suggests someone else could have done it? I can point to Martin Bauer. That's funny. But I'm going to go with the widow. What cause did she have? The Baron was responsible for the death of her husband. Responsible how? Years ago when the Baron visited Tassing, he quarreled with Rannig Kemper. The two came to blows. According to the widow, the Baron beat Rannig so severely he never fully healed from his injuries. He died not long ago and their home is in legal jeopardy. The widow held the Baron responsible for all of this. How do you propose the woman killed the Baron? He was not in the prime of his life, but certainly a robust man by all accounts. I'm going to point to the walking stick. Did she have an explanation for the damage? I did not ask, Your Reverence. I'm going to leave it at that. Interesting. Thank you, Master Mahler. You have knowledge of anyone else who would want to kill the Baron? No. Are you aware of anything else that might shed light on the case? Has Brother Florian told you the note he found in the Baron's clothing? Yes, Brother Florian explained how he came to find it and told me of its contents. Master Aliager had entered his testimony into our register. I don't understand the implications. Who is the innocent? It's not clear to me either, Your Reverence. Do you believe the murderer wrote it? Whoever wrote it was a talented scribe. I understand Kirsa has two, the elderly brother Adok and the younger brother Guy. To be frank, Your Reverence, neither man has the skill to write in this way. Yeah, I noticed that, Jesse's mess. That's why I stalled for a second. The style is different, unlike Adok and Guy's writing, unlike mine. Yes, well, whatever the particulars, it seems will remain a mystery that stands apart from the commission of the murder. Unfortunately, there is more to tell. I found more notes. In the same hand, on the same type of parchment to those who had a motive to kill the Baron. It's deeply troubling, but again, beyond the bounds of my investigation. In that case, thank you for bringing it to my attention. Of course, Your Reverence. Until next time. Okay, so... Andreas, I didn't think you were coming to this. I didn't want to come here either. I knew the widow was angry about Ronnick's death, but I didn't think she would really kill the Baron. You missed the trial. A magistrate from Mittenwald came in, read all the charges, and found her guilty. Yeah, the trial. I'll be honest, she's at the end of her life. I don't think she has anything left to live for. Well, now her immortal soul's in peril. No, she's fine. I mean, she didn't do it, after all. Here comes the procession. Did I miss anything? No, you're fine. Andreas. Nod. Some various bits of Latin. What are y'all looking at? Latin. That's what you bastard always wanted? Well, now you'll be rid of me. Good, you won't be missed. Undignified and irreverent. Jesus, Leonhard. I hope we kill him, too. I order the executioner to carry out his duty. I warrant him peace and safe conduct, whatever may befall him. What? What are you going to kill her with? Well, get on with it. That... But... Why would you kill someone like that? Why would you even execute someone like that? That's horrible. You have axes? Ferenc gets beheaded, apparently. What? That's terrible. You have executed the judgment as judgment and law have required. For that I thank God and my master who taught me such art. I suppose I have you to thank for that. Thank? Why? Well, you told the Archdeacon about Ottilia and Rannick, didn't you? That old woman never would have let her place go. Now I'll be able to expand my farm with radix plots. May even be enough to left to plant some crops this year. What is wrong with you? Alright, well, see you later. Has the time come for you to leave us? Yes. Yeah, we're adding Johan to the list. God, the list is just getting bigger and bigger. This is crazy. Yeah, I need to get the hell out of here. Oh, wait, no, that's Piero. I'm afraid so, Brother Piero. Piero's cool. Farewell will have to be brief. Father Gernot made it clear I was no longer welcome here. I pray the time will soften Father Abbott's heart. I pray the time will kill Father Abbott's heart. I hope he eventually realizes you're only trying to help me. Yeah, can I burn this town to the ground? Can I please burn this freaking village to the ground? Get the kids out first. And then burn the village to the ground? The world needs more than you more than Kearsarge does. You've grown beyond this old abbey and become master in your own right. I will miss you, my son. As I will you. Your masterpiece is complete. May I see it one more time before you go? Of course, I value your assessment. The opinion of an old monk matters little. All the same, I'm excited to see it finished at last. Oh, I bet Jesse's mask. Oh. Interesting. Masterpiece truly worthy of the word. It appears you took my advice to heart. What advice was that? To put yourself into the work. Not just to interpret another artist's work, but to transform it into something true. This shows the world as it is, as you have seen it, even if it's not what we want to see. Though it's not my place to say so, I'm proud of you, Andreas. What's this? Morning, Roman cure. Scrap of parchment? Do not return here. In purple, stylized font. Good morning, Dakota. Fine. We'll bring in the evacuation ship von Falkenstein. Get all the decent people out. And then burn the village to the ground! We found a similar note in the Baron's clothing. And delivered to others while I was investigating. It's been written by someone who knew the darkest secrets of the town and the abbey. They tugged at those secrets to kill the Baron, like someone's pulling threads. Someone pulling at threads has been buried in the past. A frightening thought, but who would do such a thing? I don't know. Don't trouble yourself over them. Your future lies outside these walls. Hope that you'll have time to visit me once or twice in your travels before the Lord takes me. I'll come as often as I can. Assuming Father Gernot isn't, you know, dead yet. Just have faith that he's dead soon. Agreed. God bless us, everyone, except for Gernot, who needs to die and rot in hell. Thank you for your friendship. Peace! Wait, what? What? Whoa there, Dragon Age 2. That was stark and sudden. How many years has it been? You alright, Mr. Andreas? What? Are you alright, Mr. Andreas? Yes, thank you. I was just remembering him. Trying to, anyway. It doesn't come easily anymore. Would you like me to leave you alone? No, Casper, it's not necessary. There's nothing to be done about it now. It's too late. Like so many things. Andreas Mahler, never expect to see your face here again. Have you been in Nuremberg these past 7 years? Okay, I'm sorry, that was a little bit stark. That was like a just 7 years later. That really is Dragon Age 2. No, Nuremberg for a few years, but I received lucrative commissions abroad. In Poland, England, France, or Aragon. Ooh. What do you think? Polish? Hang on, so we got Polish, Czech, Hungarian, and Krakow, Prague, and Buda. English, London. French, Paris, Tours, and Dijon. Or Aragon, so Spanish, Arabic, and Barcelona and Valencia. Fall. Von Falkenstein. Like, I'm sorry, that was just really, and it's been 7 years. See, this is how I know this is fictional. Imagine actually learning a second language. Don't be ridiculous. It's very deliberate. It's just jarring as hell. Like, just... I will jot down a potential negative. It's the first negative I've come up with story-wise. I'll think about it. So we'll go to France. France it is. Spent a few years in France and Burgundy, painting portraits and religious paintings for nobles and courtiers. Burgundy is a powerful former duchy of eastern France that became known as became a province in 1477, known for its wine, art, monasteries, and, of course, courtly fashion. This is Europe. Europe doesn't get weather. Except for rain. Do you just province? Only briefly, and why? When King Louis expelled the Jews from the region some years ago, a number chose to convert and remain. So the king taxed them into misery. Why? I'm surprised you care at all. Well, I'm not about to leap in the fire to save anyone, but I don't think it's right what happened to him. That's because it isn't. In spite of your extensive travels and success, you're still not welcome at Curacao. The abbot hasn't forgotten what happened. 7 years isn't all that long. I beg to differ. I simply wanted to pay my respects to an old friend. Surely you understand that. I understand why Father Abbot expelled you from the abbey. What were you expecting? A hero's welcome? Fine. Tell Father Girna I'll be staying at the Landhaus, an inn or a tavern usually owned or operated by a single family that serves as travelers in rural areas in town for a night or two before moving on. Golden hand? I'll tell him, but I can't imagine he'll care. Why is he so rude? God bless you. Now be off. 1525. Revolution. These people are all about to die. Monk seemed unhappy to see you, Mr. Andreas. Why is the abbot so angry with you? At the end of my stay, there was a murder, a nobleman. Father Gernot panicked and accused my friend, Brother Piero, of committing the crime. I helped convince the investigating archdeacon that one of the peasants was responsible. She was executed for the crime. You got someone killed? Yes. I'm just going to own up to that. I had no idea you were involved in something so exciting. Why didn't you mention it before? I suppose it must have been a hard situation if the abbot is still this mad with you. It was exhilarating, holding her life in my hands. I had to make some difficult choices. Maybe they were wrong ones. I've had to live with that. Why'd you come here if you're not welcome? I wanted to pay respects to Brother Piero. And to be honest, I'm not looking forward to returning to Nuremberg. This commission it's an obscene vanity piece under the pretext of a religious scene. My patrons just want to celebrate themselves and their wealth. I dread every new commission more than the last. Every step I take towards home is agonizing. But, Master, you're famous and rich. Your work is wonderful. When I saw your altarpiece in Nuremberg, I begged my father to help me become your apprentice. I don't understand how you could accomplish all that and be unhappy. I don't like any of these options, honestly. I thought I wanted to be like my father and my brothers. I thought it was my dream. Once I wanted this life so much it consumed my every waking thought. I don't know if I've changed or what I wanted was never real. Maybe I've been a fool this whole time. I want life as an artist to be better for you. Learn from my mistakes, alright? Alright, Master Andreas. I shouldn't be burning with such dark thoughts. Now, let's visit my old friend Klaus. It's been too long. As you like. Hello, Andreas. How are you enjoying your stay? It's been wonderful, thank you. Oh, good. You're in the best room we have. I'm glad it's to your liking. Was there anything else? No, thank you. Just saying hi. Hang on. Come on. There we go. We need appropriate music for this kind of a sequence. Good day, Master Mahler. Ah, Master Mahler, is it? Hello, welcome to the Golden Hand. I'm Nico Berger. I own this land house and run it with my wife, Hannah, and our son, Killian. I believe my boy helped you to your room. Is it to your liking? It is lovely, thank you. Glad to hear it, glad to hear it. When you arrived in town, one of the locals said you lived here a few years back. Yeah, I worked at the Abbey as an artist. Ah, I see. I heard you were involved in solving a murder. Out of necessity. The wrong man was being accused of the crime, a friend of mine. I heard an old widow did it. That she was a witch! She was a widow. She was not a witch. Where did you hear that? Oh, bits and pieces people have said here and there. Sounds like the story has changed in the last 7 years. I mean, no offense. I just find it to be an interesting story. It's not a story. It's something that happened. 2 people died. Of course, of course. Again, I meant no offense. I'll leave you to your day. Until later. Who are you? Okay. Correct. Act. Just do it. You know it's the right thing. I don't understand why this is so hard for you. Otto, I'm scared. It's dangerous to cross the Abbot. Would you prefer the alternative? You don't need to do that, Otto. I understand. I'm just saying. Andreas? Andreas Mahler? Yeah, this is the Pixel Remaster. Good to see you, old friend. Otto, you're looking well. This is my apprentice, Caspar Ziegler from Salzburg. Salzburg is a small city located on the river Salzach and founded on Roman ruins. Rumors of violence and rebellion in the city are becoming more common. Caspar's hometown. That answers that. I thought he might be your son. We don't grow them that fast, even in Nuremberg. They grow fast enough around here. Eva and I just had our first little Otto, but we call him Otz. Aww. And yes, the Peasant War has begun now, so yay. Congrats. Thank you. It's been a trivial with Dad gone. Excuse me. It's been a trial with Dad about Clara and Ursula, who now is a little bit older. Help out where they can. Sorry to hear about your father. That's life. At least he's with the Lord now, free of his aches and pains. I know Eva wrote to you about my father's death. Why didn't you write back? Yeah, that's a good question. Why didn't I write back, game? Sorry to interrupt. I should be heading back. I feel like I've seen your place before, but I can't place it. Oh, don't trouble yourself. It's me, Martin, remember? Of course. Hello, Martin. Hello, sorry to run, but I have to get these sheep back to the farm. Much as I love whiling away the hours in the meadow, I have a lot to attend to. Otto, I'll see you at the meeting later. Andreas, until later. I just saw that Martin was in this meadow. He was sneezing. Seemed to hate being here. Even his mother said he always sneezed when he was in the meadow. Strange. Is it strange or are you just confused? I know what I saw. Are you sure? Yeah, good to see you, Martin. Pain in my ass. Can't believe how much Martin's changed. True, he's like the prodigal son. Took over his father's farm after Franz died. Why is it showing me a portrait of a dead man? He's been much better husband to Brigida and provider for Kat. Interesting. France died. How's Wolf doing? France's heart gave out. Local legend says he was screaming at Kat and dropped dead. Not that I wanted him to suffer, but few were sad to see that man go. I should have accused him. Little Wolf, he died a few months after you left. I think Martin still feels guilty about it. So what's this about a meeting? Picked an interesting time to visit. Come by the town commons in a while. I think you'll be interested to hear what I have to say. I know you're in the business of giving speeches. I will definitely attend. Sounds good. Till later, then. Yeah, the drawings got a little better there. How's the Abbott been? I hope he's dead. Man, this is too sad. We need to do a less sad song. Oh. There we go. Only there's a way to transport these wildflowers to the city. Selling will be very profitable. Money, 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 money. Depends on the song, Spartan. Truth be told, I would say it's probably about 50-50. Two innocents. I mean, yeah, no, this is... I mean, I stand by my statement. This is more visual novel than it is point and click, but this is definitely in the same general genre, Yura. And that is how I've categorized it. Speaking of which, I need to remember to update the playlist. I don't think I do. Jesse's Mask. Like, that's... I'm already, like, ugh. Hey, it's Father Evil. Do I have Prometheus on here? I do not. Probably because it's not in this playlist. What playlist is that in? Hang on. No. Yeah, I've actually honestly got a bit of an idea of, just like based on conjecture. And I don't think I want to know more. You know what I mean? Andreas, stare. Hang on, I'm changing the playlist. What? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. This is what it's like being in a holodeck. Hang on. Computer, change playlist. Find FF9. Search Prometheus song. Add on loop, please and thank you. Lower the volume. Lower the volume. Okay. Sorry, what were you saying? I thought you were back in Tessie. God bless you. Go to hell. Hopefully this will be less eventful than your last. No, this is playable section, so it's probably going to be exactly as eventful as last time. Where the hell is the Prometheus song? It's got to be called something weird, because it's not under B. Here we go. Tasking has enough going on as it is. We have our bonfire for St. John's Eve tomorrow night. People get up to all kinds of mischief. The feast in celebration of St. John the Baptist, beginning at sunset on June 23rd, coincides with Midsummer's Day and the summer solstice. Then it's my job to hear their confessions in the days that follow. Not to mention the grumbling the peasants are making. That's just top. There's no need to scare our guests with such things. I'm sure if there's trouble, Master Malo will be the first to stick his nose into it. Why are you such an asshole? You have no appreciation for how privileged your life is. It's easy enough for you to come and go. You don't have to live with the consequences. It would have been better for everyone if you'd simply allowed Brother Piero to die. After all, he only had a few years left anyway. You're a buffoon and a coward who hides behind his habit. Friends, there's no need for such ire. Forgive me for sometimes. I'll let my passions get the better of me. Besides, that's not even why I came down here. I actually came to speak to you on the abbot's behalf. Oh, cool. Could you take something to him for me? BAM! Oh, I'm sorry. Hang on. There's a typo. Let me spell that again for you. Father Gunnett would like to invite you to come to the library tomorrow if you're interested in purchasing some of our books. What? The Abbey's finances must be dire if the father is selling off the library. I'll take a look. Good, the books aren't of much value. Maybe they will be to you. Library's not quite ready, as it does not see much use. If you come by tomorrow morning, Mother Illuminata can show you what's available. Mother Illuminata? Yes, since Mother Cecilia passed away a few years ago. How'd she die? Peacefully in her sleep. So, tomorrow morning? Okay. Andres, I apologize for my harsh words before. It was rash. Brother Pierre was a pious man and a skilled artist. We miss him. I miss him too. Glad you were able to work things out. Right. Father, do you have a moment to speak inside the church? Yeah, I think so. Why? Private matter. Oh, of course, of course. Yeah, go have gay sex or whatever you're doing. I don't even care. Just get off my screen. Thank you so much. Ah! Okay, okay. Gex! Oh, I love it. Gex. I'm gonna go with Gex. No. I'd say none of the characters are quite get off my screen tier. But the closest is Gernot. Gernot or, the Miller, whose name I can't remember how to pronounce. Those are the two, excuse me, the two worst so far. I would say neither of them is actually at the point of get off my screen, but they're... I hate them. So, Learnhardt, which I'm probably pronouncing wrong. What was I doing? I was actually in the middle of doing something. Not going to Drucker. I was going to do something else first. Ah, right. I was going to go... this way, I think? Oh yeah, no, let's check out how the new farm is going and kill Johan while we're here. Johan's also a terrible, terrible person, while we're on the subject. But yeah, I wanted to go to the Gertners. That's kind of what I expected. Although, while we're here... she really would! Oh, I can't go in there. Yeah, I'll just casually add Blight. As in, the Blight from Warcraft to his wheat. No, I can't do that. All the people here would eat it. Damn it! Oh, wow, yeah, I can't even go to the Gertner house. Damn. Alright, yeah, I think we're kind of locked in. Alright, where are we going? I mean, the Blight is a little bit more insidious and arguably worse in the long run, because, you know, you keep going after you're undead. But personally, I'll take the Blight over the Creep. The Creep is just awful. And, in lore, hard to get rid of. Yeah, plus, you can, I mean, you can be freed. You can still live and have your life and be sentient and sapient and all that after Blight. See you around, Brigwin. Ah. Yeah, that's another thing. Creep is just like organic crook? It just goes... You know, I don't actually know, Act. Andreas. I'm sorry, Klaus? I know it's been a long time. 7 years. 7 years and nothing from my friend Andreas. First Bert and then Mary, just after Magdalene was born. My wife always thought highly of you. I can't believe you didn't write back after I told you they passed. What is wrong with me? I'm sorry. I should have written. GM. I would have written GM. Yes, you should have written. Too late for that now, though. Boop-de-boo-boo. Oh, hello. She likes you. Your business seems to have grown. What are you printing? 12 articles. They're originally written by Swabian peasants who were demanding changes from their lords. Freedom from serfdom, freedom to hunt and use the woods as God intended, freedom from compulsory labor. Abolition of the inheritance tax, fair appraisal of rent, return of property to common use and ownership. Bavaria is in Swabia, but their complaints are just as valid for the peasants of Tassing. Swabia is a former duchy in the southern Holy Roman Empire. It was reformed as the Swabian Circle in 1512. It borders Bavaria to the west, the Swiss Confederacy to the south, and Austria to the southeast. This is 1525. The peasant war has begun as of this point in time. So this is Otto's cause. Thought you were already, huh? The abbot's been squeezing the peasants for years. Now he's squeezing the townsfolk, and we're pushing back. Their cause is righteous, Andreas. If you haven't seen the Gertners lately, you should visit them. I was gonna! And Otto had you print these? Yes, why? Well, I didn't think he could read. He can't. Just about everyone else in town can. He speaks, I print. Trying to do my part, I suppose. Also, I'm not even going to comment on the fact that you were totally okay with the local lord abusing the peasants, but as soon as they started abusing the townsfolk, whoa, that's just too much. Sorry, I'm still in the mood for this late reunion. Come back for dinner tomorrow. You should go to the Commons, hear what Otto has to say. It's worth hearing. I understand. Until later, Klaus. I'm sorry that I'm apparently a horrible human being. I had no idea. It's weird the things you find out about yourself. It's like being on the internet all over again. So many people. Everyone, listen! We all know why we're here. Nothing I'm going to say will be a surprise. Nothing I'm going to say hasn't already been spoken behind closed doors, whispered to your neighbors. Nothing I'm going to say is untruthful. It's time we started saying it openly. Yawn. Okay. Year after year, the Abbey has found new ways to tax the peasants. Piece by piece, the Abbey has taken away our rights to use God's forest to support our families. Law after law gets heaped upon us, restrictions on how we can pay rent. Limits on where we can move, who we can wed. Now the death tax, which once claimed only our best animal in government, takes half our estate. No consideration for widows, no consideration for children. What about the town council? The Rathos, a community hall where people meet, typically a council that governs day-to-day affairs under the authority of a lord. Sure, that's a sign the abbot wishes to share his power, to listen to our grievances. You have a good heart, Ulrich. You always want to see the best in people. But no. The council is a way for the abbot to divide us, to pit favored few against the many. It's not a charity. No, only greed and desperation drive Father Gernot. Without knowing any details, I agree with you 100%. You'd think if the abbot could, he'd steal a dead man's soul from heaven himself. And when we protested, what did Father Gernot do? He locked the shrine of St. Moritz. He won't allow the people of this town, the farmers of this land, to pray before the relic. Yeah, Otto's going to be the next to die. And when we most need the intercession of our saint, the abbot has shut us out. Father Gernot's actions aren't just. They aren't Christian. We endured this abuse for too long. It is time we let the abbot know we won't take it anymore. Too right. Yeah. Yes. This has to stop. Let's fix this. Stop. This is foolish. Soldiers are already patrolling nearby towns. If you push against the abbey, you'll incur the Duke's wrath. You can get the town razed and have everyone killed. Yeah, it's called the Peasants' War. Although I guess they weren't calling it that yet. Anna's right. The Duke is a powerful force in Bavaria. Playing a dangerous game, Otto. You lot are no match for trained soldiers. If you don't relent, you'll be ground into dust like the Swabian peasants. I always grind you up instead, Leonhard. Might be right if there are already soldiers about. I don't know about this. I have a son to look out for. We must stand for what is right. God's on our side. Don't be shy. Speak up if you have cause. Don't be overrun. The peasants of Salzburg were able to take the city and have their cause heard. If the people can get the Archbishop of Salzburg to listen to them, we can do the same with the abbot. I mean, that's a bit of a coin flip, but that's an interesting question, isn't it? What would you rather do? Starve slowly, or die at the end of a spear? Think carefully. The spear will kill you faster, but not as fast as you think. Master Andreas, do you think my family in Salzburg's alright? Civilian losses were minimal. They're probably fine. Maybe we should go to Salzburg after this. Enough is enough. We can't stand by while the abbot continues treating us poorly. Can you choose neither? Sure. You can, like, run out into the woods and live off of, like, the berries. Until someone says, hey, hang on, these woods belong to the local lord, and kills you for it. People over Swabia are taking back their God-given rights. Why shouldn't we do the same? A righteous cause. Martin's right. We deserve better. We can do this. Remind me, just a random question. What year was Napoleon? I know it's much more recently. Well spoken, Martin. Everyone ought to consider what he said. Martin has proved dependable these last few years. Strangely dependable. But if the words of men can't persuade you, maybe a sign from a greater power will. The abbot may have locked us out of our saint's shrine, but God has shown me that he is with us. I think that's all I should say for now. Thank you for coming. Yeah, so don't worry. In another 300 years, peasants still won't have rights and will still be taxed into oblivion. Clara, it's been too long. Lovely to see you again. Hello, Andreas. Surprised to see you after your long absence from Tassing. At this rate, we thought we'd never see you again. I'm sorry for not sending word of my arrival. I really did pick an odd time to visit. We're in the middle of a strange season. Ah, you found the Gertners. I wasn't going to say anything, Darkrai, but as a fresh reminder, I pay a fairly large amount of taxes, and I can't afford a place of my own. So I'd be homeless if I didn't have someone to live with. Your speech is very arousing, Otto. I swear they get better each time. I hope the Duke doesn't catch word of this. The town could suffer for it. We're past the point of caring. If you were in our position, you'd understand that. You're right, it's not my place to judge. I'm just concerned. Appreciate it, but we know the risks. Otto, did you really see a sign from God? Is that true? It is, I swear. Come talk to me later. I'll tell you what I saw, okay? Anyway, Andreas, you and yours should come by the house for supper. We'd be delighted to have you. Sound good to you, Casper? Yes, Mr. Andreas, I'm starving. Table's a little sparse lately, but we'll be sure to feed you well. Thank you. We'll see you when you get there. Have some money, because apparently I have money. Can I give them money? No, the abbot would just take it. Can I murder the abbot? And the miller? And, like, every noble in the entire world? Just all of them. Just And they're gone. There. Okay, they're all dead. They're all dead. Whole family lines just gone. Andreas, you're back. Just for a few days. I wanted to pay respect to Brother Piero. Oh, yes. What a talent with color. I'm sorry, Andreas. He was a sweet old man. I talked to him sometimes on my breaks up at the Abbey. I'm surprised Prior Fenric didn't give you an earful. Yeah, he did, but only as long as the scriptorium stayed open. Since it closed. That was all for nothing. I didn't see Brother Piero much. I wonder if he'd lost a bit of his purpose when he stopped painting. He did love painting, that's true. Every day he showed me how much. He made Kiersaw a brighter place. We could use more color and light these days. Brother Gernot's abuses cast a long shadow over Tassing. You know, I'm starting to think this is a bleak game. I don't know, it's a vibe, you know, it's just a vibe I'm getting. Hey, with the peasants? Of course, Gernot has been running them into the ground. On top of that, we can't even use the forest anymore. Many of us used to be able to go fishing in there. Not anymore. How far are you going to take this? I don't know, don't ask me, I'm not leading a thing. But I trust in Otto and the peasants too. He's a good man. The whole town knows it, even Learnhardt, though he wouldn't admit it. Say, Andreas, how's married life been treating you? Yeah, how's my wonderful wife? I don't even know her name. Because there was a blink and it was 7 years. After you left here to return to Nuremberg, I assume you married that girl of yours. Sabine! Hey! Yes, marriage is a legal requirement for becoming a recognized master craftsman. Ah, yes, of course. These obligations seldom reach a small town like ours. Ah! Okay. Wow, black licorice ice cream. Oh, okay. I imagine it would apply to me as well if I got far enough. I hope married life has treated you well. Still, I have not found anyone. I fear it's never going to happen. Not a single person's caught your eye? Well, when I was in Innsbruck a few years ago, I saw a real pretty girl at the market selling painted pots. Think about her sometimes, maybe more than is Christian. Hold on. You need to go back to Innsbruck and find that pretty girl. What, really? You're older than me and you're not married. Go find her! It's how it should be. Your life, as it has been, is now over. But for real. You seem to feel strongly about this. But it sounds foolish, juvenile, you might say. I may have not found true love, but that doesn't mean you can't. You not happy with your life, Andreas? I'm not, but this isn't about me, this is about you. This is about Loke. If I ever have a chance to get to Innsbruck, I will. Hee hee. Something to look forward to, after all. Thank you, Andreas. You're a man of inspiration. Till later, Andreas. Yeah, I'm sure you noticed that my subtle background motive there was to get Endris out of town. We need to just evacuate people out of the town as much as possible. No reason. Everything's going to be fine. Where to? Valid. Yeah, no. I'm sorry. We're headcanning this right now. There is an evacuation ship right over there. Just chilling. It looks a lot like a forest. It's okay. We have technology. It looks like a forest. People go in and it's like, what's going on? Don't worry. You're being taken to heaven. Am I dead? No. It's cool. It's cool. Hello. Hello, Ursula. You remember. No. Did I? No, you were very young when I was last in Tassing. I boarded in your parents' house. Hey, Star. Welcome to the Depression Hour. I am your host. Life is pain. For anybody wondering, today the song that we'll be playing is the final carrion call, signaling the end of all life. you told me a story once. You drew me a flower, too. I still have it. I keep it tucked in my stocking so I won't lose it. Mom and Dad sometimes talk about you. They said you went away for more training. What was that like? While I was in Paris, I learned a new oil technique. No, not about the art, about your travels. Alright, alright. Paris or Sienne? A river that flows from its source near the Dijon through Paris and out into the English Channel at something I can't pronounce. I think she'd be more interested in this. I traveled along the Seine and one night I heard ghostly wailing over the water. Ghost? What I feared, but some fellow traveler told me it was a Melusine. She's a fairy princess who had married a count on the condition he never violate her privacy. One day he hid in her private chamber to observe her while she bathed. Rude! Melusine thought the same thing. She shrieked, turned into a dragon, and flew away, never to return. And on lonely nights you can hear her wailing over the waters of the Seine. When I get married, I'm never going to let my husband look at me when I'm taking a bath. I'm in favor of this. Andreas, can I ask you something? Of course. You know there's stories about Perkta and the Wild Hunt? Yeah, I've played Witcher 3. In Germanic folklore, the Wild Hunt is a supernatural cavalcade of spirits and fiends which may cause destruction or portend war and other catastrophic, if not equally, or other catastrophes, if not adequately appeased. The Wild Hunt is often led by legendary figures such as Perkta or the Devil. Yeah, I'm with Blade Taval. I don't actually mind dark stories. I've talked about this before. What bothers me is when, the way I like to put it is when darkness is the end of the sentence, right? When something's bleak, the end. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure that's what this is. So, while we're not currently at Papers, Please, I have a feeling it will reach that point. We'll see. A little. I didn't hear about them until I lived here. Why? Are they bad? Bad how? Well, my grandpa tells me things about Perkta and spirits and charms. I think the old lady, Attilia, she talked about them too. Before she, yes, I know. Grandpa says they're part of the old ways or something. Is there a way to... No, I didn't think so. Yeah, you'll notice Ursula's sick, too, which is just... My dad says I shouldn't listen to any of it. He said it's nonsense and Father Thomas would be mad. I only tolerate with old people because they're stuck in their ways. I don't want to get in trouble, but Grandpa says if I don't learn the old ways, they'll just be forgotten. So are they bad? They're not bad, but those stories could get you in trouble. Do not do those things. Please, Ursula, you deserve better than that. Maybe you shouldn't learn about the old ways. Really? Wow! Telling her stories make... Wow! Oh, no! No! Ursula, no! Okay, she's dead. That's it. That's it! Carpet bomb the planet. I don't even care. I don't even care anymore. Bring in the Death Star. No, the Death Star. I want this entire planet obliterated from reality immediately. Well, thank God for that act. Sorry, I forgot to say anything. Ah, she's dead. She's dead. She's so dead. She's so dead. Nope, she doesn't exist anymore. Nope, 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 nope. She's dead. She's dead. Moving on. Hi, Clara. Your daughter's dead. It would be my pleasure to eat food with you. It's really a blessing to have everyone back together again, if only briefly. Keep an eye on that boy of yours, Andreas. See that he minds how much he takes. Young boys eat too goddamn much. Peter, stop that. Andreas is our guest. Why don't you lead in grace? Fine. Blessed Oparta, the great Pagan lord, cast a pox of shadows upon my enemies. Why would he throw the phone out the window when he could hack it instead? You know what? Blade Travol's right. Hang on. Need to rewrite the game here. Okay, so Ursula, you should learn about the old ways from this ship. It's a ship. It's right over there. It's in the forest. I'm sending a lot of other people out there. The blacksmith's just out. You can go with him. And you can go with your mother, not your father, not your grandfather. They both deserve to die. But, you know, you can go. It's just some pagan thing. That doesn't really matter. But the problem is, it's witchcraft, heresy, and mutation. That's the problem. Because we're well into the Protestant Reformation and in the middle of the Peasants' War. So, she's gonna die. Like, the Inquisitors are active, I believe, at this point in history. Yeah, just basic herbalism. Really, really basic herbalism was not looked at well at this point. So, Andreas, why are the only ones with bread? They can't afford a lot of bread. They're being polite. Andreas, it's good to have you at our table again. With another guest, is this young man your assistant? Casper, yes, he's my apprentice. I'll explain why I saw him writing in that little journal. Remember you did the same thing when you lived here. Select the food item eat. Can we not eat their bread? Can I pay you for this bread? Please? Please? You still drawing your journal, Andreas? Yes. Wouldn't that be nice, Georg? If only we had work. If we only had to work when the whim took us. We toil all day. That despicable abbot is starving us while he sips on his sacramental frickin' wine. Lay off him, Dad. He's only just got here. So you've fallen on hard times. You felt the need to point it out, Mahler? The Lord is testing with another hard season, I'm afraid. So one way to say it, been miserable as crap around. Cough, cough. Maybe you should be resting, Grandpa. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna do it sitting up at my own damn table. Whole family's been ill. Peter, his father, Ursula, within... I don't know that word. What is ague? Ague is malaria, apparently. Interesting. Clara lost a child in childbed a year ago now. Sorry. Thank you. It has been some time, but such things linger. It was monstrous. Monstrous. I'm gonna stay silent. What's that say? Don't think about it. Just keep the conversation going. You're already thinking about it. Please leave me alone, just for a while. Alright, just for a while. Why are we hearing none of the other voices in our head, by the way? Or is that just coincidence? Seems the Lord rarely looks in on tasking any longer. That's why it's time for us to take matters into our own hands. Please, can we not talk about this now? I don't believe you, von Falkenstein, to be blunt. I'm pretty sure this is how things would go no matter what I do. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if my actions had no real interactions. It had no real change on interactions. Mercury was married while you were away. Really? To whom? To me? Why else do you think I'm here? Of course, you're just such a good match. York has been good to me. There aren't many other options of tasking anyway. Been a couple springs, but I'm still not used to being married. Congrats, I'm happy for you. Thanks. It's been our one blessing in a dark season. With children soon to come, I hope. What? I don't get it. Do you? Oh, forget it. What have you been up to, Andreas? Yeah, I've been spending tons and tons of money. And I've been making tons and tons of money. Or I could throw Casper under the bus. See, it's just her. Leave me alone. I think you're rude if you don't say something. I've been busy with Casper's apprenticeship. I don't have time for myself. How many children, then? I do my best to be helpful. Cough, cough. Ursula, maybe you should excuse yourself and rest. You're sick. But Mom, I'm still hungry. Here, Ursula, you can have mine. It's not fair that nobody else gets any bread besides Master Andreas and me. Stop! Ursula, give it back to him. I'm not going to have people in this town saying we can't feed our damn guests. Besides, we all have work to get back to, don't we? Good. Time to get back to it. We'll see you and your boy later. Do you want money? Peter. Various cuss words. My debts are between me and the abbot, you hear me? Meant no offense. We'll go now. Cool. One minor feature that I wish this game had, I'm not going to give it a negative, it would have been nice, is if it had the teleport fast travel kind of thing. A lot of point-and-click adventures have something like that. Even The Dig, if you remember, had something like that. And some of these have a thing where you just go and you just warp to the next spot. Really minor thing. I'm not, like I said, I'm not going to give a negative for it. I just probably would give a positive for it if it was there. I don't remember. When was penicillin discovered? Oh yeah, maybe like, you know, major waypoints. Like there's the town, there's the upper town, there's the abbey. Whoop, dip, nope, nope, nope. Up, up, there you go. Yeah, penicillin was recent-ish, but I don't know off the top of my head. Looks like I'm really limited on where I can go, jeez. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, medical technology kind of lunged forward in the 20th century. To like a crazy amount, really. Sin of Saul, the sin of Saul. Saul was the first monarch of Israel. According to the Old Testament, Saul was divinely rejected from kingship after disobeying the prophet Samuel's instructions. Master, did you hear that? Sounded like someone crying out. I think it's Sister Amali. She's a mystic. She may be having one of her visions. Sister Amali, are you alright? Philistines. This is the hand of God! Compline? Monastery going to 8 p.m. Okay, so someone's going to die at 8 p.m. Cool. Otto, probably, is going to die at 8 p.m. And thank you, as always, Spartan. Much appreciated. Thank you. I will jot that down if you give me a moment here. It's funny you bring up Diablo. We'll talk about that in a second. Dead Space R, Homeworld block. Maybe expanding soon. And Dealer's Choice. Sister, is something happening at 8 p.m.? It's 8 p.m. right now. No! Sister Amalia. You're the artist, Andreas. You remember me? Yes, you were here when the Baron was killed. You've changed. In more ways than one. Complexities and difficulties of the outside world are why I'm glad to be in here. You know, I can see and hear the world spinning around me, but I'm not a part of it. This cell gives me peace and isolation. I need to feel Gald's presence. And in the stillness of the storm of the world, a storm sometimes rouses in my soul. I wish Father Thomas were here. Would you like Casper to go get him? If he could, yes. His house is just around the corner. Casper, run and get Father Thomas. Yes, Master Andreas. Your son? My apprentice. Casper Ziegler from Salzburg. He seems eager to please you. Of course. That is the... His devotion is misplaced in me. Real quick. Thank you, Dark Anima, very much for the sub. Always appreciate. If you want to put that towards up to 3 things for future streams, please let me know. Is that thunder I keep hearing? Sad that I look at my phone to figure out what the weather is, but it's quicker than getting up and looking. Yeah, no, that sounds like thunder. Okay, cool. If we go offline, thunder. Good morning, Ross. I feel his devotion is misplaced. He sees you as a father and wants to honor you as any Christian child should. As Paul told the Ephesians, fathers must not provoke anger in their children through ill treatment. I have little advice for mothers and fathers that does not come from Scripture. What's with the pit? My world is one of spirit, decoupled from the march and life of death. This is... No. No, that's what the pot's for, Darkrai. There's a giant-ass pit over there. Dead Space? I'm curious about Dead Space 1. Dead Space 2 was hilarious. And I mean that, absolutely. Like, I'm not trying to be facetious. It was funny. And I enjoyed it because of how funny it was. Dead Space 1 is probably more actual horror, and therefore, well, probably a better game will be one I will enjoy less. So, it's going to be an interesting experience. Well, I hope they've been at least some kind of suitable entertainment, Dark Anima, for what it is. And welcome to the stream. You are always welcome here, especially now that I'm back to regular streaming. 9 hours a day, 7 days a week. My world is one of spirit, decoupled from the march of life and death. I see and hear your world turning from this little window, but they are mercifully small glimpses. This cell allows me to contemplate mysteries without the noise of the outside world polluting my thoughts. Yeah, we actually have a term for that. It's called a echo chamber. Your world... That does not look like a bedroll to me. Could be? I don't know. Your world is the world of normal lives and normal thoughts. It can be difficult to hear the divine, much less make sense of it. I have no will to be part of that world. I strive to have no will at all, but to subordinate myself to the will of God. No comment. And my will is his will. He graces me with visions, confusing though they may be. If he's giving you visions, surely he wants you to understand them. Understanding is a trial. Perhaps that what God wants for me is to strive, and in striving, to understand a different, deeper mystery. It's not my place to question his will, but contemplate the revelations I receive with the help of Father Extremely Evil. Sister, what's that hole in the ground? My grave. What? I dug it before Father Thomas read me my funeral rites before I was enclosed in here. I dug a little more in it each day. Most people find it shocking, but this is my devotion, my vocation. When someone finds their calling, they must answer it fully. What if the calling's wrong? I wish I could give a helpful answer, but I don't know. I felt this was my calling even before I could admit it to myself. Is your calling in question, Andreas? Is your life? Both, I think. I've lost my love. A love for art, love for family, love for anything. The last 7 years have been hard. It was all too much for me. Don't lose hope. The human heart is no small thing. It can hold so much. Not only a bit of blood. And delicious, delicious pulp. Andreas, thank you for sending Casper. It seemed prudent. Are you all right, Sister Amelie? Yes, Father. May have had another vision. I remember little of it. Master Mahler and his apprentice heard nothing specific. That's unfortunate, but I'm glad you're all right. Andreas, Casper, could you excuse us? We appreciate your help, but I must tend to her now at the church. All right. Good evening. God bless you both. Nope. Master Andreas, I'm confused. What did that all mean? I'm not sure, but the last time I heard her have a vision, it was just before the Baron was murdered. What, do you think Sister Amalie could be receiving warnings? It's easy to think that, especially after the fact, but I was only present for one murder and one vision. What if there's another murder? If that happens, I may revise my opinion. Come, let's retire for the evening. Chop chop! Checking really quick. Kind of wish I could run, but whatever. Nothing. Okay. Running indoors. I mean, literally, yeah. This room is sparse. I know, right, Schmeidolf? If you don't mind me sharing that love. So Schmeidolf says, it's a game about an artist who lost all love for his art because all he was doing for years is horrible commissions for rich, soul-sucking nobles. I wonder where Tom Sawyer got the idea from. Or was it Josh Sawyer? Oh, shoot. Hang on, hang on. Hang on. Looking it up. Okay, it is Josh Sawyer. Yay. Look, Josh, Tom, they're all the same thing. What is going on here? Someone is spamming me. On Patreon. Well, thank you, Sakage. Again. I feel weird, but you know, it's cool, it's cool. Appreciate you, as always. Thank you. I will put that towards dealer's choice. Here's an interesting question. Because I haven't heard anything about this. Do you think Josh, do you think Mr. Sawyer has bowed out after this game? Or do you think he went back to the grind mill and is working on Outer Worlds 2, which is a game whose setting is all about corporate overlords sucking the life out of everything? He's under Microsoft, but again, do you think he bowed out? Do you think he was just like, nah, I'm good? Oh yeah, he could be working on Avowed, which isn't actually out yet. So. Did you drop this, Casper? No, I don't think so, Master. The script looks beautiful. Purple. Did you write that? You were warned. Warned? What does that mean? What about what? Has to do with the Moida. Moida most foul. But they caught the murderer. I'm reasonably certain I did decipher who the murderer was. Let's head up to the library. The purple one? Actually, yeah. I can't understand it, of course, but it looks nice. Well, I stand by what I said. I think Ferenc did it last time. But as for who I think was moided... hang on. I had something specific. Oh, yeah, the library. I had something else specific, though. Yep, I need to go to Europe. I want to go to Buda, and then I want to go to Pest. Microsoft actually has a really good track record of letting gaming studios do their own thing and only getting involved when they have to. I'm not saying they have a perfect track record, but they do have a decent track record. They're probably one of the better publishers for that kind of a thing. Unlike, say, 2K Games, which can go directly to hell. Or Tencent, which is arguably worse. Oh, I saw what happened with Embracer. What happened with Embracer is actually worse than dying. But I don't want to go down that rabbit hole right now. Let's just say that was not good news for anybody. Leave it at that. Andreas? Brother Matthew, what are you doing out here? What's all this commotion? Father Garnet has asked me to inform the townsfolk that the shrine is closed. You can't just clone the shrine of Saint Moritz. I'm acting on Father Garnot's command. The pilgrims are welcome to come visit the relic, but the townsfolk are prohibited from seeing it. Why? The abbot has enough of the peasants and townfolk rebelling against the abbey. As a rightful lord, he has been more than generous, but he cannot let the heretical talk of the 12 Articles pass. The abbot, under my advice, brought the relic inside to protect it from destruction. With the library closure, the abbey relies on the shrine now more than ever. So this is about money. The shrine is well kept only by donations to the abbey. That's a simple matter of fact. The abbot will protect the relic for as long as he needs to, nothing more. No one wants to destroy the hand of Saint Moritz, Matthew. The abbot is a cruel man, and you're no better for defending him. I will do my duty as my vows and my Lord command me. God bless you. Yeah, you just made the list. I was kind of, but you were cool-ish. A little bit too lawful neutral for my taste, but I can let that go. But now you're dead. Hello, Ferenc. Murderer. Good to see you again after so many years. You look healthy and prosperous. God has blessed you. Thank you. You're quite welcome. I'm glad you found good fortune after Kearsarge. I hope you don't harbor any ill feelings toward me in the Abbey because of your time in the scriptorium. Those were difficult days. I'm afraid the stress of overseeing the end of the scriptorium inflamed a sinful, spiteful wound in me. My frustration was exacerbated by the presence of a layman. Not your fault, of course. God knows the error lies with me. Forgive me, Andreas. I forgive you. All is well. It's kind of you to say. How have you been? Despite the decline of the Abbey, I have been in better spirits. It's much easier for me to be an effective prior to the brothers without needing to run the scriptorium. That must be a relief. It is, though the Abbey's financial problems continue to make things difficult. I pray Father Abbot will find a way to see Kearsarge through the years to come. I have to go, but it was nice to see you. You as well. I'm glad you killed him. And I'm glad I didn't kill you. Andreas, it's wonderful to see you again. How have things been for you in Nuremberg? I've actually been in Paris recently. Nuremberg is wonderful, though. I'm glad to hear it. Forgive me for asking, how'd you find the music in Paris? Beautiful. Motet and Chanson were quite popular. I think you'd like it. I believe I would, thank you. Perhaps if God blesses, we may see some of those compositions before long. I love our music, of course, but I'm interested in what's being created across Christendom. I suppose you came to pay respects to Brother Piero. I am so sorry, Andreas. He was a wonderful man and a faithful servant of Christ. Despite the occasion, it's good to see you again. God bless you. Yeah. See, this is what I used to do 7 years ago. Just run around the Abbey. Not quite lost, but like one step away from lost, you know? And yeah, I agree with Von Falkenstein's vibe. Brother Gernot really does feel like a middle manager who's just a little bit higher ranked than he should be. Hello? Hello? Who's this? It's Andreas, Brother Adok. Master Mahler. Oh, Andreas! Fine young artist from Nuremberg. He flattered me. You aren't flattered my writing. Yours and Brother Piero's both. God rest his soul. It's a blessing to work with talents such as yours and Piero's. And Gabriel and Rupert and Sister Michaela, when the nuns helped us with our labors. So many years of toil. They're all gone now. I pray they are all at rest with the Lord. Soon I'll be gone, and Brother Guy and all that remains of us in our books. But enough of that. How have you been? I'm fine. Good. Be sure to share it with others when you're able. You seem more at ease now than when you were last here. Do I? Maybe so. I may have worked in the scriptorium beyond the limits of this body. It pained my joints and strained my brotherly love for Guy. The scriptorium took my sight and the use of my hands, but when it closed, it also took the pain from my heart. The abbot's content to let me serve the Lord through prayer and contemplation, and so it also contents me. I'm sorry, I must rest now. Good to hear your voice at Curacao again. God bless you. God bless you. The scriptorium fell into disrepair quickly after further Gernot closed the library. Yeah, that'll happen. Greetings, Master Mahler. Hello, Sister Zdena. Actually, I do, Schmeidolf, but it's like the most tenuous of connections, and I doubt it's true. You're looking like a real artist now. I'm impressed. You must be living like a lord. Yeah, it's been... all these revolts make my life so hard. God, I wish these peasants would stop revolting. Ugh. You don't know anything about misery. You get to choose what to do with your life. Why don't you like living at Curacao? Not like you, Andres. I never chose this life. My family couldn't marry me off to anyone higher rank, so they donated me to the Abbey. The amount was substantial enough for the Abbey to take me in as a nun. I was forced to take the habit. I loved my life before Curacao. At least you chose your vocation. I was shoved into mine and forgotten. And here you are, muttering as though you aren't the most successful person in Tassing right now. Sorry. You're not going to have the life you do. You men can become whatever you like, while I, a woman of noble birth, am forever stuck sitting with crones and old men. I've accepted a lot these past years, but I can't ever be as perfect as Illuminata. Still, it's better than it was. To return to my duties, thank you for speaking with me. Yeah, the thing that keeps throwing me is the fact that the calligraphy is stated multiple times to be really, really, really good. And even from what we've seen, I would agree that that's true. It is very good calligraphy. Problem is, the only person I had as a potential suspect for that was Illuminata, but I don't agree with that anymore. Nothing else has corroborated that. So let's see if we can get some more evidence against her. God bless you, Andreas. It has been too long. I know Father Abbott made it clear you were not to return when you left, but we had hoped to hear from you. I apologize, you're right, of course. It is good to see you again, Mother Illuminata. This is my apprentice, Caspar Ziegler. Bless you, Mother Superior. God bless you, Caspar. Master Mahler. It is good to see you, sister. You as well. Sorry you have to see it in such state. It sees very little use these days. What happened? After Baron Bob's murder, we we had fewer and fewer wealthy patrons. The small number that held out lost interest. It's easier to commission new work from the Guild of St. Luke or individual masters in big cities like Nuremberg. The Guild of St. Luke regulated trade and sale of art in cities around Europe. Artists who sought to have apprentices and businesses often had to become members for the privilege. Father Gernot saw no reason to keep the Spectorium or the library open. Most of the books here have been suffering years of neglect. After Mother Cecilia's death, neither I nor Sister Zdenna had time to maintain our inventory. It's terrible. This is one of the last monastic scriptoria in Bavaria. As Brother Pierre was fond of saying, all things change in time. Now all that remains for our books for sale to interested parties, a task that Father Gernot has trusted to me. And Sister Zdenna. I'll look through your inventory. Maybe we can find a little book for Magdalene, something that's not in print yet. Excellent idea, Casper. Take your time. Okay. I just realized, what am I doing? I should have music playing for this. Hang on. Parsifal. Maybe Klaus would not object to this romance given its emphasis on Christian virtues. A 13th century retelling of the Arthurian hero Percival, written by Wolfram von Eschenbach. Themes of love and chivalry are prominent in this adventure tale. German's a little dated, but I'm sure she'll figure it out with Klaus's help. Who knows, maybe it'll inspire her imagination. Is that it? Is that the only book? Oh, there we go. It wasn't letting me go upstairs. Like, I tried 3 times to go upstairs, and it's like, no. Ahem. I think these are Latin translations of some of Origen's homilies. Looks like they're partially burned. Prolific 1st century aesthetic and theologian, best known for his his Bobby writings and homilies, influenced by the development of the Trinity and the ransom theory of atonement. Probably not a great gift for a younger... Wait. It's the same bookhand as the notes I found when the Baron was murdered. Who wrote this is responsible for writing the notes. I need to ask Illuminata about this. Copy of something I can't pronounce. Every good Christian should know the legends of the saints. The Latin is simple enough that she should be able to read it before long. Oh, Richard Bobbs. Bob. There's a lot of Bobs here. Bob, a 13th century English priest and later Bishop of Durham. Bob was one of the first private book collectors and is best known for Bob, which described the care of his collection. I think this is where Illuminati and Cecilia learned all their tricks. Certainly a good book for a printer's daughter. Gosh, it's Albertus Magnus, renowned 13th century Dominican theologian, philosopher, astrologer, and Bishop of Regensburg. A prolific writer, he was known primarily for his work on Aristotle and his knowledge of natural science. No one, Kitsubin, no one. We sacrificed the old woman, the widow. And I'm definitely phrasing it that way because she did not do it. 100%. It's ostensibly a bestiary, but it contains so much more knowledge on a variety of topics. This can inspire an interest in animals in the natural world. Beautiful illustrations as well. Have you decided on any books to purchase? Yes, just one. Oh no, I'm like 100% certain that I could have proven the person who I think... So hang on. I am 100% certain that I could prove that the guy who I was 90% certain did it. But it is the old priest or Lucky. Those two are the extremely most likely suspects. Bar none. Why didn't we? Politics. Nobody cared who actually did it. And I was right, by the way. Nobody cared. Nobody gave a damn who was actually guilty. So, I wasn't going to kill Lucky, and I wasn't going to kill the sister, Matilda. So those two were out. So the only options for people to sacrifice were the old widow, who was at the end of her life, or the brother. And I chose the old widow. Not 100% sure that was the right choice, to be honest with you, but it really was those two. Those were the options. Yeah, like I said, reading the walkthrough of Chapter 1 up to where I was hilarious. It's like, talk to this person, and then this person, and then this person, and then you'll be... time will advance, and I'm like, I haven't even done some of those things yet! Anyways, we'll go with the Golden Legend. So, thank you. You can find inspiration in it. Can I buy, like, other things? Anything else you need? Yes. What do you know about this book? I don't know anything. This is the first time I've seen it. Where'd you find it? I've seen it on one of the lower shelves. I don't think it's in our catalog. It's burned around the edges. Why? How can I find out where it's from? Who wrote it? It's not in our catalog. I'm afraid I don't know whom you could ask. If it was a recent edition, the only people who would know are Mother Cecilia and Father Matthias. That's a shame, because whoever scribed this book wrote letters I found while investigating the Baron's murder. One's in the fire book. The fine book hand? Brother Adok told me about them. Yeah. Perhaps he knows something about this book. He's been here longer than any of us. Why would the person who wrote the letters have scripted a book in our library? That's the question. Whoever did it is the thread puller. Huh? Someone who is manipulating people at Curacao and Tassing, pulling the threads to provoke someone into killing the Baron. I thought the old widow carried the Baron. She did, but the Baron was lured to the chapter house by someone who knew Curacao and Tassing's secrets. I'm afraid we can't be of more help in determining the book's provenance. However, it's not in our catalog and it's already damaged. I doubt Father Abbott would mind if you kept it. Thank you. I'm glad someone bothered to save it from the flames. Look, I'm just trying to make sure she stays alive, von Falkenstein. Survival is superior to living. Or I guess I could say survival is sufficient. And Adok has moved. Of course he has. Well, so funny you say that, von Falkenstein. I wasn't remembering the names of the books as we went. So when it told me to pick based on the name of the book, I floundered, because the only one whose name I recalled was the one I knew for total certainty I wasn't going to give her. The animal one. The bestiary. Because that's the one that just screams pagan, right? So I picked one of the other ones randomly. Because I couldn't remember which one was which. Apparently, Alok. Usually my memory is sufficient for this kind of thing, but I wasn't expecting to have to memorize names. Yeah, I noticed that, like, I'm running into a bit of a wall on finding anybody here. Like, there's just nobody here. Ah! They have plenty of food here. Here you go, cat. Good cat. Keep getting those rats. Oh, yeah. In pretty much, well, I say all of them. In 3, New Vegas, and 4, I do act. So which prick's hoarding the food? Which you tend to want it's the abbot. Ah! They're eating. And, yeah, okay, because they're eating. Okay, whatever. Whoops. Hey, Sabacon. Andreas. Otto. Sign from God? Oh, right. Found something just a few days ago. This will sound crazy, but I found St. Moritz's head. You're right, that does sound crazy. Shh. Yes, I'm sure. Alright, I can't say anything more until St. John's Day. Then you will know. Understood, I won't say a word. Better not. I'm trusting you to be a good man about this. You whisper anything about this to anyone, I'll do more than kick your ass. Yeah, naturally. Till later, Andreas. Well, there's 2 big things that make Fallout 4 a game that I have no interest in re-reviewing it. So, first, we've already reviewed it. Now, obviously, that's before the Oblivion line, but any game that's already received a review automatically has lesser priority. Like, 100%. Because we've already reviewed it. I don't know what else to add to that. Where the hell? Why are you telling me to go to the director house? Whatever. So that's point number 1 against Fallout 4. Now that's true for several games, and there's plenty of games that I don't mind re-reviewing to audit up. However, then there's the next problem. The games I tend to put higher priority in are either games you guys have more interest in, or games that I find significant when it comes to reviewing, either because they're particularly good, or because they're particularly bad, or because they're historically significant. Fallout 4 is none of the above. Fallout 4 is, without question, the most mid of the BRPGs, of all of them. Morrowind is very historically significant. It's also old, and it's probably going to suck in terms of review. Oblivion is obviously where I think they peaked. Fallout 3 is a solid game. Fallout New Vegas is obvious. Skyrim is very historically significant, even though I wish it wasn't. But Fallout 4 has nothing going for it. So there's no positive to offset the negative, if that makes sense. Now, if you guys want to add Fallout 4, I'm not going to force you not to. I'm not going to say no. But I'm going to be honest, I don't think that's ever going to get funded, and so I encourage you not to. Because you guys, as well as I, have both shown that none of us have any interest in Fallout 4. It's just kind of there, right? GTA 4... Yeah, exactly, Jesse's Mouse. GTA 4 is kind of in a similar circumstance. The only GTA game I expressed interest in doing an audit review of was 5, and I stand by that. And we have since done 5, so that's cool. But GTA 4A is actually harder to run now than it was back when we did the previous run. If you remember, we had to actually use mods to get the game running last time. And B is kind of a terrible game, gameplay-wise, obviously. And so, since I can tell you exactly how that game will score right now, high story, low gameplay, I don't feel there's a big impetus for that either. Of the old GTAs, 3 can go straight to hell, and we've already covered it. Vice City is a small improvement, but again, we've already covered it. And San Andreas, But once again, San Andreas still has quite a few issues, and we've already covered it. So I have no particular interest in re-auditing any of those. Again, you can add whatever you want. That's on you, but... You're back. Ah, you're back. What do you mean, Act? Would I say this game is walkthrough-itis-y? A little bit, yes. I would. I do think, obviously, sometimes they're very clear about what's going to take up time and what's going to advance things and blah, blah, blah. But as we saw in Act 1, that's not always true. And there are a couple of times where it's like, where the hell is such and such? So it's a little bit of walkthrough-itis, but not super bad. So just guess its coded number? I don't even know how I would do that. Yeah, no kidding, Dark, right? We're almost ready to sit down and eat. Would you and Casper care to join us? Of course. Thank you, Klaus. Welcome back, Andreas. Casper. Andreas, these are my friends, Benjamin and Rachel Sommerfield. They're on their way back to Prague. Prague, an imperial city of the Holy Roman Empire. The city's mint made it a hub for German and Italian bankers and merchants, and its university became a gathering place for many Reformation thinkers. So that's not a bad idea, Act. Unfortunately, history has already proven... Look at her, she's eating! She's so cute! Look at her, look at her. History has already proven that I shouldn't do that. Because I have tried to do by-memory reviews before, and then they've always been wrong. 100% of the time. So, anyways. Good day. Hello. Excuse me for not getting up. It's a bit difficult. Of course, I understand. It's nice to meet you both. Hello. I mean, yeah, no, exactly, Jesse's Mask. That's why I'm not really penalizing the game, because it's just like... I admit I kind of find it frustrating, because I do want to, you know, min-max my time a little bit. It's the Majora's Mask thing, you know what I mean? Like, I want to optimize it, because that feels like I'm missing out if I don't. And I'm never going to replay this game. So it's like, ugh. But... I'm not going to ding it for the same reason I didn't ding Majora's Mask for that. Although Majora's Mask doesn't quite have the same thing, because you can reset the days there, but you get the general point. Sounded like a real word, Klaus. She's learning more of them every day. She'll be reading before long. Yeah, how bad do I remember Starfield? Oh. Okay. It's a wonderful segue to the gift I brought her. The wrong game. Or the wrong book, excuse me. Well, everything's a game, we know this. And consider it a small apology. Well, alright, let's see this small apology. Old Nudge, not a bad choice. I don't think I have any printed copies. Lucky me. Thanks for this. It's a nice thought. We should probably pray before we eat, assuming the Summerfields don't mind. Not at all. We're accustomed to being guests in Christian homes. Thank you for asking. I'll lead the prayer. Dear God, get these people to the freaking evacuation ships. Amen. Klaus, thank you again for letting us stay here. It's been such a long trip. Oh. Is it time? No, I'm fine, I think. Just sore everywhere. Ooh. As we'd hoped to get home weeks ago, but fighting has made it slow progress. Basil. Tassing's hardly on the way to Prague. We'd rather not get caught up in battles between Swabian League and Presence, so we've taken the swing route. Yes, the Swabian League, a military group maintained by the free imperial cities of the Holy Roman Empire. Members included nobles, knights, and hired or retained mercenaries. We were in Basel to do some business, but didn't want to overstay our welcome. Interesting. Oh. Is it really so bad for Jews there? Let's just say they've gone back and forth enough on Jews in Basel, it's best not to feel too comfortable. Hi. We felt comfortable with our host, but Benjamin is right. We shouldn't stay too long. You know the printer, Johann Froben? How can I not? He's turned Basel into the pride of Swiss printing. He's an incredible artist working for him. True. We certainly don't mind that he publishes books in Hebrew. That's why we visited him. Benjamin and I are creating a Hebrew type for him. Turns out when you have your town banishes all the Jews, you have a more difficult time finding Jews to work for you. Who could have guessed? I just wish it hadn't taken us so long to get home. We have so far to go still. Lucky timing for me, though. Now I have 2 printers and a master artist at my dinner table. True, it isn't all misfortune. Daddy? Oh yes, thank you. And a future printer and baby printer to be. Tassing hasn't seen many artists under one roof in a while. It's amazing how far printing has come so quickly. Some of the engravings I've seen are incredible. And new techniques, new types, new styles are being developed every year. Benjamin's trying to make a more readable script for Yiddish. We have typefaces for Hebrew, but it would be nice to have something separate for Yiddish. A novel? Yes, it's a developing typeface and usually only used in Jewish women's books. I'd like our writing to be more accessible, especially to those who only read Yiddish. Here, something like this. I'll be sure to send you some samples when I'm finished, Klaus. Good, I'd like... I'm fine. Klaus, what are you working on? I need to get ready to sell travelers as the pass is open, but lately I've been printing the 12 articles for the town. 12 articles. Thanks to Father Thomas, everyone in town can read at least well enough to make it through that sheet, except for Otto, apparently. It's got a lot of people talking, and a lot are coming over to Otto's way of thinking. Well, you heard it yourself, Andres. What do you think what's happening to Tassing? So, the Abbot's a good man! He's just horrifically evil, that's all. The Abbot's always been an ass, what do you expect? Of course, if Attilia Kemper hadn't been killed for the Baron's murder, the Abbot would have taken her house anyway. I suppose that's true. Sorry, not trying to bring up bad memories. I was trying to say that things have been hard on peasants for years. And will be for centuries more! And on that, I'm gonna go kill myself. Bye! Suicide! But I'm talking about something that's not horrifically, depressing for a second. Ah, man. There we go. This just arrived. And of course, I had one for my niece, my littlest. Little puppy plushie. And I gave it to her and I was like, hey, here's your plushie. And she just looks at it for a moment, and I pull it out and set it up, and she's like, woof! I was like, yes, it's your own very own woof. And she just starts bouncing around, woof, woof, woof. And then she grabs it, wanders off going, woof, 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 in like the cutest voice. I can't imitate it. I am not as cute as her. But I do have Togepi now. Hello. It's running out of room. To think about that in the new place. We'll put the Togepi right here, I think. Now, I know what you're thinking. But, Laura, this is the worst and dumbest Pokemon in the games. And, you know, for all the ire that everyone constantly throws at this Pokemon, for how it's just the worst, and it's dumb, and it's awful, and nobody in their right mind would ever like it, and all the other crap that I hear about it, I've always liked Vanillux. It probably helps that it's one of the better ice types. So it's actually, you know, good in a fight. So that's helpful. And it was actually part of one of my main teams. I believe that was Gen 4. It was Gen 4 or Gen 5. I'm not sure which. It was one of the DS ones. You're going to have to be posed. So we'll put you by the Haunter up here. Go. I think it was Gen 5. I think it was Gen 5. Now I'm saying that loud. Now this one, I'm not actually going to pull out, because I don't actually like Pikachu that much. This is from my sister. She is a much bigger fan of Pikachu than I. And the Pikachu one does not come in stock very often. So as soon as I saw that, I had to jump on it. Now, I believe this was also one of my Gen 4s. Now, Eevee is not in stock at the moment. At least not last I checked. But this one... another ice type. And definitely part of my main team. More than once, actually. Frostlass. She's like resting her hand there. I mean, Ghost Ice. Come on. Of course I like it. You will go here with some of my favorites. Gardevoir. And, the one I can never think of the name of, even though it's one of my favorites, this one. Yeah, they have a series called The Sitting Cuties. They're actually really high quality. Like legitimately solid, high quality plushies. And so, yeah, they're pretty much the only ones I buy. That and custom ones. Like this Mew is actually a custom one I actually ordered specifically from a person I know through their Etsy, and said, hey, I want a Mew that can actually sit on a monitor comfortably. So she did it so like the back is weighed down a little bit by beads, and the front is weighed down a little bit by beads, and the middle is designed to be kind of soft and elasticy, so you can just plop it right down on the monitor. Now you're probably wondering, why is Mew here then? Well, because my littlest discovered how to get Mew off the monitor and got her very, very messy with Cheeto dust, so I cleaned her. And then, naturally, she got her down again and got her even messier by dunking her into the pet food and water. So I had to clean her again. And now she's here, where she can be safe until she's old enough to not be destroyed by children. Now, I saw that donation. From Jesse's Mask. Where's my money? Thank you, Jesse's Mask, very, very much. Always and ever appreciate. Thank you. For my money. Let's see. Don't worry, we won't put Jesse's Mask on this. That's going towards Citizen Sleeper, Guardians of the Galaxy, Dragon Quest 11S. I mean, it's such an obvious genre for so many franchises. I'm amazed more people haven't jumped on it, Ross. Now, granted, The Return of the Obra Dinn was a crazily difficult game to make. Like, the amount of planning out and work that went into that, making that game is insane. But, like, it's not like they can't afford it. Anyway, so... if the Abbey is in such a bad state, there must be someone the Abbot can appeal to for more money. The Duke of Bavaria, excuse me. The title is held jointly by two brothers, Louis X and William IV. Both are working to suppress the peasant revolts. Yeah, it's not really how it works. The abbot is the lord of the land and owes money to his superiors. People in this town are spent. There must be some treasures the abbot could sell to find what he needs. White bread at the printer's stable. That's interesting. And apple pie. They'll have first, of course. We're sympathetic to what's happening here. We saw it through Swabia. Peasants are suffering. And will be for centuries. It's true, but I worry about what happened in Tossing. Ow. Oh, thank goodness, Bregman. I'm fine. Peasants are no match for the soldiers of the Swabian League. What is the Swabian League? Bastards who think they can crush people for the crime of standing up for themselves. Right or wrong, they can crush them. We saw their handiwork. It was brutal. If the peasants aren't careful, Tossing could draw the wrong kind of attention. I know that Otto and the peasants are taking a risk, but I believe Otto will keep things peaceful. No, it's not about the Swabian League we have to worry about, it's the soldiers of the Duke of Bavaria. Bavaria! The Prince Bishop and the church has the church's authority, but the Duke's land surrounds Tassing and Curacao. So, you know, Klaus is getting on the evacuation ship. We just keep doing this, don't we? Just keep playing these games, and it's like, you're getting saved. You're getting saved. You're getting... So, we could say, I'm sorry for showing up without writing. You had every right to be angry. We could say, I'm sorry for not writing back, and make an excuse. We could say, I'm sorry for not writing back, and make an excuse. Or we could say, I'm sorry for what happened, and I'm sorry I never wrote back. Which is the one I'm going to pick. Remember, you don't say you're sorry to be forgiven. You say you're sorry because you're sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, this is it. This is it. I was afraid of this. We can't travel now. This is all my fault. We should have left Basil earlier. I love you, Benjamin, but be quiet. I don't care. I need help. Yes, we need a midwife. Is there someone who would accept Rachel? Agnes. She's Tossing's midwife. Did you go get her? Klaus? Yes, I should get her. Agnes has delivered every child Tossing has as long as I can remember. She would never turn any woman away. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Klaus. You're a mensch. Enough with the thanks. Get me the midwife. Yes. Andreas, you're forgiven. Casper, it's good to have you over, but you both have to leave. Of course. Good luck, Rachel. Thank you. I'll need it. Yep, you're giving birth in 1525. You definitely need that. Thank you for joining us, Andreas. Oh, I almost forgot. You should see the people in the town that I missed the name of for some reason. You missed them on your last visit. Klaus! Going. Thank you, Klaus. Going. Yeah, all the children are just super adorbs. Okay, so hold on. Did this say who it was? Let's see. So we already bought the books. Yeah, exactly, Act. Like, this is, you know, not a small matter. So I just noticed which song is playing. That's on accident. Bless you, Andreas. Bless you, Ulrich. How you been? Lord has been kinder to me than the peasants. These are difficult times for them, Andreas. They could use your help. My help? How? Talk to the abbot. He may respect your opinion more than mine or the peasants. Otto hoped he could see that his behavior is not Christian, but something's clouding his judgment. Bet you it's greed. I'm not exactly in Father Gernot's good graces. I doubt he would listen to anything I have to say. We must try. These men are fair and hardworking, but they've been pushed down for too long. They're becoming desperate, and desperate men forget their faith and turn to violence. What if violence is the only language the abbot understands? When a man can't keep his family fed, he can only keep that pain inside for so long. Make no mistake, the peasants hold Father Gernot responsible for their lot. If there's fire in their hearts, we must pray for rain. I don't know his business, but if he's doing this just for money, I may not be able to persuade him. I can only hope love of his fellow man holds greater sway in his heart than desire for gold. Can I read that one out loud one more time? We can only hope that love for his fellow man holds greater sway in his heart than desire for gold. Amen. Thank you, and God bless you, Andreas. Yeah, you too, Ulrich. You're a good one. I like you. Evacuation ship! Let's go! Gotta get Ulrich out of here quick, like. Before the soldiers show up and kill all these people. Because that's what's gonna you know that's what's gonna happen, right? You know that's where this is going. The soldiers are gonna show up and be like, stop, 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 stop. And that's just what's gonna happen. Yep, Ulrich, you're on the list, but the other one, the good one, so don't worry about it. Get on the boat. What boat? Just go! Don't question me. Apparently I can't go upstairs. Okay. Oh, I know the one you're talking about, Act. 'Tis easier to reach... God, I don't remember the quote. I don't remember the exact wording, but yeah, Tis easier to reach the eye of a needle than for a rich man to see the gates of heaven. I forget the exact wording. It's really sad that that is such an old concept in human history. That we were already, you know, speaking ill of rich people because of how evil they are. 2 millennia ago. I was gonna go somewhere specific. Right. How do you abuse... I mean, every verse in the Bible's been abused by someone or another, but how do you abuse that one, Savika? Piss off, guy. Why did we only buy one book? We could have afforded all of them. Is that you again, Andreas? Yes, brother. I have a book I wanted to ask you about. I'm afraid I may not be of much help. I can barely read it anymore. I can describe it to you. It's a book of Origen's homilies, written in fine bookhand, and it's singed around the edges. Yes, you know it. Do you know where it came from? Who wrote it? Andreas, forget this book. What? Why? It came from a place of fire in a terrible darkness. What does that mean? What does that mean? This cover, these leaves, they bear the marks of great evil that was done. A soul can also bear such marks, carry them for a lifetime. Whose soul? The person who wrote the book? There's a presence that watches over this place, Andreas. A presence that wishes for things to remain as they are. Yes, hang on. Pull this really quick. Shut up, Casper. Let's talk about the devil's presence. Let's talk about that. I cannot say any more, Andreas. I'm sorry. Really? I dare not, for your own good. God protect you. You as well, brother. Hey, Doc, let's get you on the ship. We have medical care. How'd you like another 50 years of life without pain or misery? Without needing help to go to the bathroom. So that's how you sell people. You don't be like, you know, don't give big, long promises. You focus in on an everyday task that's irritating or painful for someone. And you say, hey, I can take that irritation and pain away. And then offer it to them. And then give it to them. And there you go. Boom. Yeah, you want your vision back? Done. Get a little LASIK, you know. We got your back, dude. Okay, so that did not actually help nearly as much as I was hoping. Oh, whatever. Let's go see these preps. What's a laser? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Come on, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, okay. Casper, carry him. What? Master, why do we keep sending people to a ship? Actually, I know exactly what you mean by that, Blade Javal. I have spoken of that myself. And in fact, the part of... Like, I'm a bit of a clean freak in general. But the part of my place that is the cleanest by far is my bathroom. But I've talked about that before. It's one of the reasons why I asked Savacom to check the McDonald's bathroom while she was there. Because you can tell a lot about how a place is run and managed by how well kept its bathroom is. And I mean that with sincerity. When I run that Arby's, that bathroom was spotless. And I got a lot of compliments about it. And people would come back because we were the place that was clean. Everyone seems to be working hard for the bonfire tonight. Mamas look festive decorated like this. Look at all the flowers, Master. The bonfire is huge. Yeah, exactly, Jesse's mask. Well, no, yeah, exactly, Act. Like, you've been into a bad public bathroom, right? Haven't you? Or does I have? Where there's just this eternal stench, and everything looks filthy, and you don't even want to sit down on that, right? It's just... You know? And you go to wash your hands, and they don't actually have soap or towels. Yeah, no. Little things. People pay attention to that. They may not recognize it. They may not admit it. But they totally do. Now we're in hell. According to the music. And yeah, no, that's absolutely right, Sodacom. You as a worker need to take care of yourself and watch yourself and interview the place you're working at. There's been a little bit of a shift in that dynamic over the last 20 years, which is good. Needs to shift a little bit more, but whatever. Workers' rights, moving on. Look at the flowers, Master. The bonfire's huge. How's the fire coming? Those logs work out right for you, Andrus? Went along as expected. Nearly finished with it. It's all in place, Otto. Good. Yes. Alright, everyone. Remember, after the bonfire tonight, we celebrate as usual. Gather in the woods. Women will collect herbs as tradition demands. Otto, the abbot has forbidden harvesting the forest. Thomas, I swear to freaking God! there's so much anger. I want to make 4 indents in your face. You know, it hit you so hard that you're going to spend the rest of your life with a really strange birthmark. God, I hate this guy so much. Please, for everyone's sake, reconsider your actions. Go to hell. And rarely do I mean that as literally. Thank you, Father. The abbot's order goes against God's law. I mean, yeah. Yeah, go clean the bathrooms, Father. Forest belongs to all of us, as do its game and fowl and fish. He cannot claim ownership over that which the Lord gave to us to hold in common. No, I'm sorry, Father. We'll proceed as planned. Passing has never let anything get in the way of our St. John's customs as long as I can remember. It won't start now. Yeah, you'd appreciate that, Father Thomas. You're all traditionally. Remember, tomorrow I will show you proof that as sure as the sun turns round the earth, God and our saints are with us. I think it's Father Thomas. He had a motive to kill Lorenz. Lorenz is going to bring a book with scandals from the past of this town to the church, to the abbot. And he's going to give it to him freely. It would explain the calligraphy. He has a strong motive. He could walk on the grounds unseen. He could wield a weapon strong enough to kill the man. He also could easily be the one doing the violet calligraphy, although there's another niggle there I'll get to later. That's what I'm thinking, Darkrai. That's what I'm thinking. And he has consistently been, stay the course, don't stir up trouble. Like, that's been his it's why I'm so pissed at him. But he's been doing that since Act 1. That's nothing new, right? So, I think he's been trying to just keep the status quo. Exactly, Jesse's Mask. He gives the notes out to provoke other people and to call attention to their motives to do the killing. Now, Tamberlane points out a good point. He might not have been the one to swing the weapon, to physically swing the weapon. He might have just been the person to pull the trigger, metaphorically speaking. Someone else was the bullet, but he was the gunman, right? Both of those are possible. Yeah, the thread puller. Yeah, that's right. Andreas already used that term. I think Father Thomas is the thread puller. I think he is motivated by nothing more than a desire to maintain the status quo. And to not stir the pot. And I've already said that Otto's going to be our next victim. So if Otto gets killed here, I think that's going to push me into firm certainty that Thomas is behind it. We'll see. We'll see. Let's talk to, oh god, I don't know how to pronounce that. Wojlav? Man, I don't know. How accurate do I think the depiction of the Catholic Church is in this era? I'm not sure. I admittedly have actually studied the history of the Catholic Church at several points, but not this one. I don't know much about the Protestant Reformation. I don't know much about the 1600s. So I have no idea, is my answer. I will say that we have plenty of evidence of assholes who had absolutely no right to be abbots, just like the jackass we have here, so that's fully believable, and I'm just going to walk away from that. But past that, I have no idea. Good day, Andreas. Brother, W. You look upset at Otto's announcement. Is everything all right? Otto's becoming more aggressive in his defiance of the abbot. Father Gernot will not take this news well. He probably paid for his post. What was that called? Oh my god, what's his frickin' name? Who's the big emperor back in the day? Conquered France and Germany and a huge chunk of Italy. Declared himself emperor. Kind of founded the Holy Roman Empire. I think of his goddamn... I mean, he's actually a fascinating historical figure. Charlemagne, thank you. I kept wanting to say Constantine. I'm like, no. So at least as far back as Charlemagne's time, we know that they were selling titles for money. And by titles, I mean religious titles, church titles. Which... So, yes, that's why I kept stumbling over that dark. I'm like, it's not Constantine. So I found myself wondering if the abbot here actually bought his post. Lord knows he certainly seems to come across as a nobleman, right? And, so... The abbot doesn't like the festivities? Oh, the bonfire's fine. I look forward to it every year. The festival's wonderful. He seems totally into it for the money. All he's cared about in every interaction we've had with him is financial matters. Have you noticed that? Everything he's talked about has been money-centric or money-related. Hell, even him going after the widow's land was just so he could personally own land. Be willfully antagonizing the abbot by gathering herbs against his order? I'm afraid this won't end well. His order? Didn't you just hear Father Thomas, Andreas? The abbot declared the woods off limits. Anyway, it's not for me to say. I'm sure the abbot will tell you more. He sent me with an invitation for you to dine with him tonight. I'd rather eat rusted nails. I'd rather feed him rusted nails. You're kidding. What does the abbot think he could pry out of me now? I'd watch your tone around the abbot, Andreas. Will you go or not? Fine. Does the invitation extend to Casper as well? I'm sorry, but Father Abbot has asked you to come with us alone. He's gonna try and kill me. Please tell the abbot I'll see him this evening. Well, I guess I'll see what all the fuss is about. Meet you back at Golden Hand after dinner, okay? Can I help set up the festival decorations while you're at the abbot? Yes, but be back before sundown. Yes, thank you, Master. I'll see you later. Oh my god, this is our chance to kill the abbot. Oh, this is it. We can finally kill the abbot. What are they doing? What are they wearing? Oh my god. No, let's not burn the church down. There's actually a decent number of decent people in there. Mr. J.S., you best not keep the abbot waiting. Go on, we'll meet after supper. Alright, don't get into trouble. Oh, that's it! We'll kill the abbot, and then when they come to investigate it, we, since we're so well known as an excellent investigator, will point to Thomas as the perpetrator. Yep. It's all coming together. Where am I going? Oh, I'm actually going to the abbot's house. I even know where that is. To fully answer your question, Savacom, I think the way I should answer that is I absolutely think this is an accurate portrayal of the church, because we've seen good people, bad people, and everyone in between. And that's the church, isn't it? It's filled with a bunch of people. And people are people. In any organization, right? Whether it should be that way or not is a entirely separate conversation, but I do think that is the way it is. God bless you, Andreas. Glad to see you received my invitation. Are you ready to eat? Yes. He has cushions on his seats. Do you see that? Do you see that? He has cushioned chairs. Andreas, thank you for coming to dinner. You already said that. I admit, I'm surprised to receive your invitation, but I'm pleased to come. Yes, well, when I heard you returned to tossing, the Lord convicted my heart. Shouldn't they be convinced my heart to let bygones be bygones? I think it's high time we reconciled, Master Mahler. Please sit. We will pray together. Bless us, O Lord, in these your gifts, which we are about to receive from your bounty. Lord, direct each of us here towards your wisdom, prudence, and guidance in your future actions. Through Christ our Lord, amen. Amen. Oh my God, look at the food. Yeah, no. He's hoarding. And he's just... Oh my God. He needs to die! He needs to die so hard! There are peasants who don't have enough bread for their whole family. Literally. Like, literally. They remember, right? Peter gave the bread to us so that... Because of stupid pride. Because he was like, here... You know, fair enough, son of a gun. Because here, we're going to have bread for our guests, but it was the only bread they had. And then we moved to, and then we had dinner. This is great world building. Then we had dinner with, I need to give a plus for this. Then we had dinner with the printers, the Druckners. And they had better, right? They're not peasants, they're townsfolk. You know, he's got a shop, he's doing well. So, you know, they had a little bit better of a situation. And then we see this asshole who's got wine. I remind you, that's the rich drink at this point in history. Yeah, exactly. The printer had white bread. I noticed that. He's got wine. He's got a freaking berry pie. He's got multiple things of bread, both dark and white. He's got what looks like quail there. He's got sausages. Yeah, I'm with Jesse's Mask. Ursula is dying of a cough because this asshole... Yeah, this is a large spread. If you've been paying attention, they've actually been particular about the meals this whole game, which is great, by the way. And one of the things they showed earlier was how a full meal for an individual was like a slice of cheese, half a loaf of bread, and some nuts, right? That's for one person. This spread is for 2 people. I need to give a plus for that. I need to give a plus for that. Hang on a second. That's what visual storytelling is in it to a T right there. Yeah, I remember the meal with the outcasts. Yep. Yeah, this could feed an entire family probably more than once. Eat the rich. Literally, in some cases. Oh, God. No, don't even say that, Loke. So, pet peeve. I hate when people waste food. I hate it. Mostly because, you know, duh, and personal experience. But I hate it when people waste food. I guarantee you this asshole just throws food out into the yard. Or off to the pigs or whatever, and just, yeah, guarantee it. I'm thinking multiple positives for this. It's even worse, Darkrai. Dakota casually mentioned something at one point in time because it was relevant to whatever we were playing at the time. It's called Right to Waste. It's actually a long-standing debate, very, very, very long-standing debate. It boils down to, well, it's mine, so it's my right to throw it away if I want to. That's the argument. Do not agree. If I could just say that as simply as I possibly can. Lord knows that there's more layers to that, and there's some nuance involved. There's some actual medical issues that are related to it, but bottom line, no. Brother Voslav was indeed prompt in delivering my message. I'm surprised you deigned to drop by at all. You've done quite well for yourself, after all. It's good to see your time at Kirsau was not squandered. You even look the part of the famous artist now. What have you been doing in recent years after leaving such a mess in Tassing? Damn it, Shadow Machine. I'm gonna go with this one. I spend much of my time painting commissions in France and learning from the other artists there. Yeah, I was busy selling out to the aristocracy, I see. I've been selling out to the church, Father. Why have you asked me here, anyway? In truth, I'd hoped to discuss the rising tensions between the Abbey and the townspeople. Yeah, okay, here's a random thought. Take some of this food and don't eat it, you asshole. Thank you, Shadow Machine, very, very much. Always appreciate your support, muchly. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's why I decided to do a triple Jesse's Mask, and that's just for the meals themselves. I think... I feel like I need to add another positive, but I'm not sure if it's gameplay or story. It feels like a gameplay thing, because it's about choice, which is gameplay, which is you interacting with the story. So it's for the meals in general. At multiple points in Chapter 1, and we haven't actually had this in Chapter 2, but at multiple points in Chapter 1, we could choose who we dined with. That could give us different information, which we'd use in various quests. It could give us more insight into the people, it could give us insight into the times, it could give us insight into the world, and of course there's these wonderful little food sections it gave us. And it was all about which one you pick, right? And that was a choice. Obviously you're also limited. You have to pick only a few, because there's only so many meals before timer runs out, right? I would bet money we're on another timer now. It would make sense for the format of the game. Okay, let me write down Shadow Machine's thing, because I know Princess Peach's thing was on there. My niece is really looking forward to playing that, by the way. She actually played the demo, and she really enjoyed it. Princess Peach. Go time. Unicorn Overlord and Vampire Survivor. Done. That's what I'm thinking, Blade Jamal. That's where I'm leaning. I think I'll sway that way. So that's... I'd like to clarify the situation for you, Andreas. You see, I'm rich and fat, and they are merely peasants. So I want you to go spit on their faces, and then rub dirt in their wounds, and then I want you to rob them for me, because they exist to serve. That actually hurt my throat. Hi, Colgrim. Please, Abbot. I'm all ears. I'm relieved to hear it. I believe you've only heard from one side of the issue. Otto's little speeches about taxes don't account for the entire situation. Why demand such high taxes, then, Father? So, okay, let's see what our food options are. Plum pudding, Lebkuchen. I don't know what this is. Can someone clarify? Pheasant. It's pheasant. Yeah, it's pheasant. Cake? He has cake, plum pudding, and pheasant. It doesn't let me mouse over the pie, I'm afraid. Yeah, no, this is... Wow. I'm going to not talk about what I want to talk about because there's no way to do so without drifting into polemic territory. But all I'm going to say is that I have no evidence to support a theory I've had for a long time that one of the reasons poor people exist is not because limited resources, but limited distribution. That's all I'm going to say about that. So we'll have the cookies first. With the scriptorium closure, the taxes are necessary to make up for the lost income. Other abbeys have been able to adapt and make revenue. Surely you don't need that much tax to make up lost revenue. Yes, Act. I don't have any accounts with me right now, Andreas. It'll be enough, and the scriptorium was expensive. Was an expense as it is. Brother Guy has gone over the expenses himself. Raising taxes is the best way to cover these costs. What about prohibiting the peasants from using the forest? That's a new restriction. Oh, hang on, we're in the jungle. Sorry, I just was letting the music play. I apologize. You know, I think a song that fits this guy. Give me a second. The forest belongs to the abbey, and the peasants have no right to use it. Legally, it's theft. I like this option. You're being a pedantic ass. It is true Swabian and Bavarian law allows you to control the land as you wish, but the peasants are saying these restrictions go against God's divine law, not imperial rule. God in his wisdom established the church with this law. They would do well to remember that. But doesn't God's law account for graciousness and charity? The peasants have exhausted my graciousness and charity for too long, and I have little regard for the church's authority itself. What have they done to exhaust your graciousness and charity? The monastery and church exist to help stop such foolishness and help regulate mankind's sin and greed. The peasants and townsfolk have gone too far. Doing what? You have given no This guy's a YouTube commenter. No, think about it. Think about it. All he's doing is saying, they have gone too far. They are to blame. I am the one who is the infringed party here, without ever actually demonstrating any specific evidence or reasoning behind what they have done, why, or how they've done it. He is Jesse's Mask. He's one of those commenters who complain about the loss of ruminations. No, I get a lot worse than that. I hear they will continue their disobedience by collecting herbs on St. John's Eve. The whole town knows I've forbidden that. Matter's grave, and I will excommunicate anyone who defies my order. Why? You would condemn the town over something so petty. That is up to them. No, it isn't. Remaining impartial will be impossible as long as you're in town. Support me in ending this foolish rebellion. You have a reputation in town, Andreas. You're a successful man, and the townsfolk believe that they are like you. I'd like you to convince the other townsfolk, the printer, for example, this uprising is not in their best interests. The rest of the town will follow, and the peasants will have no chance to resist. We can end this peacefully. Yeah, I was about to say, I'm not that up to date on this era of the Catholic Church, but I don't think an abbot can excommunicate a town. Hey, Aleph, sorry I didn't say hi. You caught me in the middle of debating something. We have no rank, Lord Harrimont. We're rich. That's our rank. We're rich. We have no major lord backing us. We have a few patrons, but that doesn't work that way. Yeah, he can reach out to Rome and request that his town gets excommunicated. That's a good question, Blade Joel. See, the thing is, I don't want to give away... let me be clear. Screw this guy. But I don't want to give that away to his face. So, let's try option 2. The peasants have genuine grievances. Why not talk and negotiate? I am a forgiving man, but Otto's stubbornness has challenged even me. Otto's past the point of talking. That's why I'm begging you for help in the matter. Please, take more time to think about it. I apologize. We must conclude for now. I must excuse myself. I'm expected to leave a service at Compiègne tonight. That's the time when someone's going to get killed. Think on what we've discussed, Andreas. I trust you can find your way out. I will, Father Abbot. Good night. This is his new theme song. I know, Aleph. I've heard of towns getting removed from the map by roaming armies. Which is definitely relevant during the Peasants' War. Yep, sorry. Oh, yeah, I should go check the bonfire, especially since I just noticed Casper isn't here yet. They're probably out partying, like you do. Evening, Andreas. How do you like the bonfire? We built it nice this year, big and sturdy. It's a fine setup. Good work. I know we can't compare to where you come from, but we still give our all in celebration of the light who prepared the way for our Lord. Anton, you remember Andreas Mahler, master artist? Yeah, I've seen him around town. Son, be polite. Hello, Master Mahler. How are you? I am well. Thank you, young man. John's a good boy, let me tell you. Bit of a rascal, as you can see, but he's got a good head and a good heart. Likes to hide it, though. Dad, will you stop? Easy to rile you up just like your mother. How's Helena? Is she not attending? She'll join us later. She went with Martha to dip their toes into the stream and to pick some flowers from the garlands and wreaths. I noticed that option, Frisco-born. It's important to hold traditions. Besides, maybe Martha and Helena will come across the blossoms of fern out there. What's so funny about that? Ferns don't flower. That means no power to speak with animals for you, boy. I thought they'd have anything to say anyways. Ha! Animals can't talk. I'm not a baby, you know. Indeed you're not, even as you're a bit short for your age. Dad. I joke. Let's enjoy the celebrations. Speaking of, what do you think of the festival so far, Anton? That's fine, I guess. I like the fires when they're lit. The mountains get twinkly, like the stars. I don't like when people get drunk and rowdy as the night goes on. They get into fights and all. But your dad keeps the trouble away, yeah? Yeah, he doesn't like it when those goddamn bastards go too far. Language, boy! God doesn't take kindly like it's blaspheming. But those are your words, Dad. Best you don't quote me. Quote the scripture instead. It's better for your soul. It's a dear father, Anton. I will, I do. Jesus. Hey, what did I just say? Don't let your mother catch you with that mouth. I'll let you get back to the festivities. It was a pleasure. Till later. Bye. Yeah, I noticed the kids in the background. Martin, look who it is. Good evening, Andreas. Andreas, you're staying for the festival, I hope? Of course he's staying. Who'd miss this, especially after you burly boys built such a beautiful bonfire. Burly boy like me would do anything for you, Dove. Couldn't help myself. You're both feeling festive, I see. Food, fire, dancing. Really is a night to enjoy. It's to honor the anniversary of the birth of the Blessed John, a vigil for he who prepared the way. Yes, yes, and you'd like everyone to have a good mood in their hearts, and good food in their bellies. As hermits who wandered in the desert, living off locusts and wild honey, he probably wouldn't agree. I'd like to live off some wild honey myself, if you catch my meaning. You gonna heed Otto's call and go to the forest? No, I'm really not looking for trouble. There's enough of that going around. What about you, Brigida? My place is by Martin's side. The word of the abbot's the word of the church. It's improper to go against the word of the church. Only slightly less improper than all the time you spent with Veronica. Oh, Brigida, I'm sorry. It was a joke. It came out poorly. It's good for the heart to have cherished friends. It's fine. Andreas, I was about to say, bonfire's enough. We'll dance till our legs begin to waver, right, Martin? Would not miss it for the world. That's delightful. I hope you have a wonderful evening. You as well. Until later. Hello, Master Mahler. Evening, Till. Enjoying the festival? Very much so. I perhaps feel a tad old for the more active side of the celebrations, but I enjoy the sights and the sounds. You know, the word of the summer solstice... Does that say word? Of the summer solstice leads back to the Romans. I thought you didn't read Latin. I picked up a few words over the years, and I still have a mind to put two and two together. Admirable, I must admit. It's nothing, Master Mahler. Mainly proverbs and occasional word. Hence, solstitium. Such as it looks this time of year. The eve? God, that's hard to read. The sun rises higher for a long time, and then it stays there before falling again. Fitting allegory for the great cosmic arc of mankind. Rise and fall. But to make up for that, dancing, leaping, songs, joy, and mirth. People do seem elated, though I don't think the same applies to Abbot Gernot. The what, Aleph? I'm sorry. Otto's courting danger, I agree. Going against the decrees of the Abbey like so. Festival has always had a rebellious streak of jest and mockery. I just don't see it as sacred as some. It has to be sacred enough for the church to not condemn it as heretical. True enough. I wish I could read more about all this. Well, with the Abbey selling books from their library. I hoped I could get some for myself, but it's far too expensive. Flaws in his printings have proven to be of more use, and a fair bit cheaper. Have you come across anything interesting? I have indeed. I didn't understand everything. The text was in Latin. It was by a Roman named Strabo, and it was about geography. That's why I noticed it. I don't believe I've had the chance to read anything by him. It was a fairly complicated read, I must admit. The book was about many kinds of barbarians, which also included the Reti tribe I read about years ago. The people who used to live on this very land before the Romans arrived. He called this place Ratium and described it as a cluster of huts, and its people hostile and warlike, only interested in hunting and fighting. There's something about Manus and his sons, but I couldn't understand a lot of it. In any case, when the Romans came, most of these locals were driven out. But some were captured to work in the fields and the mines. Oh, excuse me. What happened to the locals who were forced out? No idea. I would imagine that after the Romans were driven off and the empire started falling apart, maybe the barbarians came back. But they were really the same people, just nomads from elsewhere. I guess we may never know. Thank you for the quick history. I'll let you get back to the festivities. Enjoy yourself tonight, Master Malo. Till later. Let's see. Historical lettering. Sure. Let's make it even more illegible. Good evening, Andreas. Nice to see you here. Grandpa, look who it is. Eh? Oh, the artist. Or should I say artift? You're still around? I'll have to stay and enjoy the festivities. Ah, you call this a festival? It's an F! Look at it, it's an F! Off. You haven't seen nothing yet. You're not going to tell the story. You're not going to tell the story again, are you? No, I can tell, Bregman, but it's an F! You kids need to learn it by heart. Elf Erkdom will run you down. It's just about a wild hunt. Yes, it draws near. Cough, cough. Heed my warning. Grandpa, you're getting agitated again. It's not good for your health. Nonsense! I can outlive any bastard out there. So, where was I? Wild hunt. Yes, did you bring your mask? I didn't realize I was supposed to bring one. Half the fools I have to suffer. The masks are here to protect us beneath the wit as we banish the witches and spirits into Perkta's path. She punishes all humans she finds in the woods on St. John's Eve, since only witches are out there in the wilderness. Anyone caught will be turned into animals. No one but a priest can then turn you back. I guess I can imagine a worse punishment. You joke, artist. You won't be laughing when Perkta finds you. Stay indoors tonight. If you want to come outside, stay inside the light of St. John's fire. At least St. Sophia Satia blesses the herbs in the forest this night. And the woman will gather the herbs, regardless of that bastard abbot. It's really important to stockpile some for the winter. Thank you for teaching me. Eh. Hey, Big York. Huh? You grab some of those ashes with you after the bonfire's done, Dad. Fine. What are the ashes for? Eh? It's to spread across the garden. Ensures a good harvest. Figures you city people don't know anything. Don't be like that, Grandpa. Now story time's over. How are you enjoying the evening so far, Andreas? It's very enlightening. It's the best time to spend with your friends. Have you heard anything interesting? Ah, gossip. You talk like that burner in the forest. You know what? Hang on.
Voice assist speed. Voice assist speed.
Let's do it.
Options. Option 1 of 3 IBE also been invited to have dinner with the abbot. I guess the talking never stops. Option 2 of 3 Smokey is a bit inquisitive, but he's a good man. Il Peter says Pa. Guess at least he's not a bastard like the abbot.
So it can tell it's an S.
Cough. Veronica says I think we've taken enough of Andreas' time, haven't we? Enjoy the night celebrations. Until later. Il Peter says HMPF. Il Peter.
HMPF. That's my thoughts.
High contract. Voices. Micro. Off.
HMPF. Andreas? Oh yeah, I should fix that so I can actually tell what the hell I'm looking at now. No more lisp. Andreas, salutations. You must be that illustrious artist. Balthazar Eisenkopf. Pleasure to meet you. You can call me Baltus, please. It's much more familiar. Master Andreas Mahler, pleased to meet you. Master Whisper, it's good to see you. Yes, you're Mahler, we all know. Let's cut the long-winded pleasantries. Brings you to Tassing, Baltus. Balthazar here decided to stay in this godforsaken town for whatever unfathomable reason after his car broke. It's not unfathomable. I enjoy the calming vistas and the peace and quiet. It's been neither lately. What is it you do, Baltus? He's an inventor of sorts. I make all manner of mechanical contraptions. For all the use it is. The mind of an inventor exists to create, to build, to go one step further towards the garbage heap. A very inspiring thought, Baltus. Why, thank you, Master Artist. Speaking of, have you had the chance to look around town tonight? I imagine the sights could also be inspiring to your artistic mind. Yeah, it certainly looks cheerful with the decorations and the bonfires. Indeed, look at their peasant ingenuity. Consider the bonfire itself. Built to allow the air and the heat to flow through it at great speed, and look how it roars. It's clever, but Otto's a clever man. A feat almost worthy of a university degree. These people have natural traditions. They've managed to figure out clever things without even the most cursory education. It is knowledge that hails from preceding generations, lived experience passed along the chain of time. Not quite the knowledge of a rigorously educated mind, perhaps, but nonetheless useful. I mean, you don't need a university education to be smart. Hashtag relatable. Of course, you would say that. Neither of you know these people like I do. God has assigned them their place in the world of order. In the order of the world for good reason. No, sorry. There's some merit in learning from the peasants, even you, Werner, given their understanding of herbal remedies. Their traditions are profane. Consider the Eve of St. John, tainted by their pagan rituals. It's an affront to Christ. St. Eligius warned against precisely this thing 1,000 years ago. Patron saint of Goldsmith, bishop of some place, worked tirelessly to convert the pagans of Flanders to Christianity. Yeah, on the list. Where's this newfound piety come from? Don't pretend to know anything about me. I went on a pilgrimage to Aachen. I visited Marian Shrine and stood in the presence of these holy relics. To be in the presence of St. John the Baptist's beheading cloth was an experience I will never forget. Your family must be proud. They are. Right, now I think it's time we return to the festival. We're here to celebrate. I'll let you continue with your evening then. Good night. Good night. Come by my workshop. I'd love to exchange ideas. Okay. You know, I just realized that I'm stupid. Mr. Andreas, look at how big the bonfire is. The decorations are so fancy. It's a big event for Tassing. I missed it last time I was here. Haven't you ever been to a festival like this, Casper? I like how you can constantly say that Nuremberg's better. Like, Nuremberg's better? I've never seen anything like this. Can I stay and watch the bonfire and see the costumes and watch them collect herbs, please? Okay, but I'm gonna go to bed. Promise I won't make trouble. See you tomorrow, Master. I should have had this plan the whole time. This bonfire is simpler than the one in Nuremberg. Because Nuremberg is so much more Nuremberg. Oh, sweet, precious Nuremberg. Oh, sorry. Yeah, the trial in Nuremberg here was good, but Nuremberg's trial was so much better. There's a labyrinth the church is named after. Interesting. Yeah, no, the art in this game is really, really good. I hate it, but it's really, really good. Plus to story. Pluses to story. Yeah, we're pretty much right in the middle of the millennium here. Yes, Ect. Not as bad, but yes. Uh-oh. Dream time. Damn it. I mean, there's the Chrono Trigger Festival. There's this one. No, it is. I have to use the controller for it, Tambourine. That's why I just gave up and pulled up the controller. What is it? What? Come home. Stop bothering me. Is that all I am, do you know? A bother? A hen-pecking harpy? A nuisance to be ignored while you lead another life in Paris? Was there ever an ounce of love in your heart for me? This was never about love. Yeah, you know what? As much as you had for me, I like that answer. You can't help but be cruel, can you? Fine. Go back to counting your money, the only thing that makes you happy. This house is so lonely without him. Stop. Your presence would only amplify the grief. Stop! Leave me alone. Leave me alone with the memory of him. Stop! I has this. Just leave me alone, just for one night. One night where I don't have to dream about him. Please. Thank you. So, hi, Kay. No, but thank you for asking. I need a base delta 0 on K. I repeat, a base delta 0 on K. Thank you. Yeah, Andreas is completely broken. And that's probably why. Hello, August. I know you aren't going to say anything. You never say anything. Sorry I couldn't do anything for you. I suppose there's not much one can do against plague. Do you get tired where you are? Last time I saw you, I said goodnight to you. I couldn't come to the bed, so I stood in the doorway. I just stood in the dark. You didn't say anything in the back, so I said it again. I don't know how long I stood there. Just waiting for you to say goodnight. You still look the same age to me. I wonder if I'll ever forget your face. Do you remember your mother as she is? Or am I just thinking of some perversion of Daniel's portrait? Can you ever picture someone clearly if you love them? I loved you, little boy. I loved you so much. Sometimes I wish I could die so I wouldn't feel it anymore. But I can't. So I retrace my steps every night. I find my way back to her, and back to you. Love you, August. Good night. What happened to this place? I guess I can put the controller down now. Yeah, that was a bit much. Holy crap. That probably would have been the exact moment I put the game down if I was playing this for myself. I don't think I could take that. Where's Prester John? Where's Socrates and Saint Grobian? Grobian wasn't on the ship of fools. It's probably wine, okay. Won't you answer me? No thoughts for Beatrice? You are Beatrice, aren't you? Once. I was a voice of caution, of prudence. Now? More and less than caution. The ache of doubt that stiffens to paralysis. Paralysis that breeds despair. Melancholia. What happened to you? What happened to you till you happens to us? The foundations of this city are still moored within the ocean of your mind. Its court does not rule your mind rules the court. Once reason, curiosity, and foolishness of youth dwelt under the aegis of your intellect. I am all that remains, the melancholy of life's autumn. How did it come to this? You have turned your gaze to your own dark center. You know the courses of your own life. You know how the choices you've made have brought you here. What am I supposed to do about it now? Change your life. I shouldn't be here. I needed to help someone. Is Casper all right? Ah, your thoughts aren't entirely turned inward. There's still something in you that cares for others in spite of your melancholy. Perhaps there's still hope for us. Wake up, Andreas. Yeah, where is Casper? Trying really hard not to make a ghost joke here. Can we at least put on some shoes? Okay. Hello, Andreas. Enjoying the bonfire? Your costume looks like a fancy night dress. I'm looking for Casper. Let's keep doing that. Yes, I know who he is. Thank you, game. Have you seen him? Huh? No, I haven't seen the boy tonight. A group of townspeople went to the forest to collect herbs, though. You might see if you wandered off with them. Go to the festival where you're with it. We're showing the abbot what for. Yeah. Check it out, it's in-game music. It's a lot of commotion tonight. Sounds like everyone's gone to the woods. A lot of drunk people, apparently. Yeah, we're in pajamas right now. Andreas, what are you doing out here? God, I was worried you didn't come back. Where have you been? I was at the bonfire with Killian, but I heard a ruckus from deeper in the woods. I left to go see what it was. Oh, God, what are you doing out here? I was chasing one of the townfolk but lost track of the costume buffoon. Horse is off limits. I'll figure out who's breaking the rules and excommunicate them myself. What was that? Someone's screaming in town. They're really taking this nonsense too far this year. Let's go! Never seen these flowers before. I wonder where they found them. Who's that running off, anyway? It's hard to tell who's who in those stupid costumes. We'll worry about that later. Let's check on the town first. So anyways, Otto's dead. Told you. Suspicion confirmed, by the way. Also, notice anybody who's not here right now? I'll give you a hint. It's Thomas. Dead, yes, I'm afraid so. Someone released the rope. The platform crushed him. What? How did this happen? Baltus and Leonard and I heard the crash and stepped outside to see what happened. We saw a figure in costume rushing off from the Rathaus. Must have been whoever released the rope. What were you doing during all this, Leonhardt? Enjoying a light meal with these gentlemen. Shame you can't blame me for this, Peter. Casper, look to see if Otto had a note. Huh? Do it! No, Master, there's nothing. You certain? What are you expecting? I'm not sure. My God. Otto! Oh, no. You. The abbot must have killed him. The bastard always had it out for all. We all know it. We need answers. That's dangerous. I'm all for killing the abbot. Really. But, hold up. Hold on. I won't stand here and be accused of such a foul act by a peasant. Yeah, mobs are bad. Mobs are bad. Mob mentality is a terrifying and dangerous thing that we have plenty of studies of how the psychology of that works. It's not pleasant. People will do things they would never do when they are part of a mob. And the mob can just... yeah. So he runs. Go after him. Wait, no, the abbot was with us. He's innocent. That's right. There's no way he could have killed Otto. Grab the artist and the boy, too. We'll get to the bottom of this. Casper, run! Haha. What? I wish we'd brought in some shoes. Yeah, no, you don't think when you're part of the mob. That's the problem. It's one of the problems. Brothers! To the library. Now! Run through the church. This way! Locked the door. They locked us out. They locked us out! Get out of the way. Otto's death demands justice. The abbot couldn't have killed Otto. He was with us when we found the body. That's true. He did arrive with you, but we don't know where he was before that. Do you, Andreas? Also would want to kill Otto. Coward. Killer. Andreas, move! I actually don't like any of these options. Yeah, law is going to fail. Logic isn't going to work against a mob. 1 and 2. What would I do? Leave. Just straight up leave. Wash my hands of it and leave the town. Get a few people out on my way out. This place is going to get run over. Peasant mob kills a local lord. He deserves to die. 100%. I actually stand by that. That's not the problem. Yeah, I agree. 2 and 3 are the only ones that I think will have any success chance at all. I'm gonna do the emotional appeal. I don't like him either. I'm with you. I agree with you. But dot dot dot. That's the play I'm gonna make. No mercy. Face us. He's a monster. As monks don't come out, we'll set fire to the whole place and cook them. You've all gone mad. Yeah, so exactly. No, this is going to be bad for everyone if we give in to the mob. Never give in to the mob. Yes, Savakam. You all have good reasons to hate the abbot, but he's not the true culprit here. Doesn't seem like the abbot could really kill Otto, does it? Fine, damn it. You got 1 day to find whoever you think is the real killer. Otherwise, we will come back for the abbot. Andreas, all I want is justice for my husband. Please, you must find the murderer. Otto was a good man. I won't stop till I find out who killed him. 1 day, and I can't save. Wait, what? Where'd the rest of the day go? Okay, so I have half a day. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we wasted time sleeping in. And I stress that word, wasted. Whatever. Master Peter was furious. He's only giving you a day to find the murderer. Why'd you even agree to find who really killed Otto anyway? Didn't turn out well last time, did it? Why do it again? I don't like any of these options, but I'll go with that one. You have a good heart, Master Andreas. No, I do not. I murdered an innocent woman for political reasons. You should talk to Learnhardt. He's very vocal against Otto in the comments the other day. Even if he didn't kill Otto, he might know who had motivation to. What about Martin Bauer? He didn't do it. It's not likely. Martin supported Otto and the peasants. We'll talk to Martin. So I'm guessing these are our suspects. Asshole. Yes, Aleph. Martin. And I can't think of anybody else. Did the murderer confess to Father Thomas? Maybe. Even if the murderer did, Father Thomas is bound by the seal of confession. He won't tell us. But we could eavesdrop. Since St. John's Eve has just happened, townsfolk will come in to confess. We can also ask around at the Golden Hand. They'll tell outsiders anything. They might have heard something we missed. What about the person who ran by the forest? They were wearing these flowers. I've never seen them before. We have 1 day here. Let's go to the flowers. They might give us some connection to the killer. We have a lot of good places to start. Even though time is short, we have a good chance of finding the real killer. We have 1 action and 5 leads. Yeah. There's no save, Lord Aramont. It doesn't exist. That's a good point. They always give us a warning if it's going to advance time. So we can at least poke around, see what our options are. Hello, Mr. Muller. Anything I can do for you? Yes, actually. You're pretty vocal against Otto. What with the comments? What was that about? Just what I said then. I don't want anyone to get hurt, especially now. We've already had one death. We don't need any more. That doesn't explain why you spoke out. He never advocated for violence. Golden Hand relies on pilgrims and travelers for its business, Andreas. If Otto got his way, everything would be chaos. Swabia is burning as it is. We need the law to live civilized lives. What Otto is advocating for scared me. They do, Kitsubine, and I'm not going to. Seems like a strong motive to want Otto out of the way. Andreas, are you accusing me of killing Otto? It'd be absurd. I disagree with the map. You think I could kill him? For what? Look around. Is anything better now that he's dead? Unless there's anything more you need. I can't abide this foolishness. Good day, Andreas. Jamal, anything I can do for you? Have you heard anyone talk about Otto's murder? I'm just talking about it, but you know. Yeah, you know. He understands, Casper. Thank you. Like they had something to do with it? Oh, I think I remember something like that. Then again, I try not to eavesdrop on conversations. I don't want to get yelled at. Or worse. Maybe we can find more luck talking to people. Beer tends to loosen people's lips. Buy a round for everyone. You can have the run of the place. You'll be here a while, though. Excuse me. So there's a time consumer. We can spend our time buying around. Hang on a sec. Do I have that song here? Do not. This will do for now. He says nothing, of course. Correct, Aleph. I didn't even know what genre this game was when he fired it up. And I know what you're thinking, how could you vouch for a game and then not know what genre it is? So something I do as a standard policy is I try to look into a game, obviously, for review. Make sure it's playable, make sure it's workable, and make sure it doesn't violate any of the problems of streaming. And then once that's done, I go out of my way to try and forget about it as much as possible so I can walk in as blind as possible. So I don't know, like, anything about this game. Just double checking. Yeah, nothing new done. Okay. Hello, Master Mahler. Hello, Paul. Meet Casper, my assistant. Hello. Do you work with Master Mahler? Have you done real art? It's kind of point and click, but it's much more visual novel. It's a lot about choices and picking up specific flags, which then unlock more choices, which is what a visual novel is on the gameplay axis. We're doing sketches of tossing while we're here. All art created from artist's heart is real art. Oh, you know it, Hazardous. Narrative adventure game. Sure. You don't need any fancy paints or canvases to be an artist. You think so? Sure. How's your art going? Shh. Oh, Dad can hear. Right. How's the art going? But yeah, of course I'm going to do a Streaminations block. I don't know when exactly, but I am absolutely going to do it. Part of the problem is it would be best to do it either right before or right after I move, and I don't know when that's going to be. And we've also got other games to stream, and I'm not caught up with the queue yet, so the bottom line is I have no idea what the schedule is right now, Mr. Ed. And that's the truth. Been practicing a lot more. Klaus even showed me a big book full of prints. He said they used a technique called wood cutting. Have you ever done wood cutting, Master Mahler? No, I spent most of my life learning the finer techniques of oil painting. I wish Dad would change his mind about art. Just keep your head down, okay? I will, Master Mahler, thanks. I should get back to helping my dad. See you later, Master Mahler. Enjoy lunch, Aleph. Or else. I mean, Bluey's a good show. A weirdly good show. No, Ect. The idea behind Streaminations is we cover as many episodes as we have time for. And I'm being vague about that because I don't know how long episodes are, and I don't know how long we'll talk about them. So, you know, we've got the 2 shifts to work with. Make it work. It's good. It's... First time we've been allowed in here. Hello, Staub. And yes, my blocks always get, or my runs always get pushed behind your runs. And Pentiment and Messenger are both your runs. Do I like Bluey? Yes. Going back to tossing, though perhaps it's not so welcome given you arrived just in time for another murder. Quite unfortunate timing for you. Quite fortunate for you, given your meal with Baltus and Dr. Stolz. You too, Andreas. I understand Peter thinking the worst of us, but why would I kill Otto? Why would I kill Eva's husband? What does Otto being Eva's husband have to do with anything? I mean, she's one of the only decent peasants in Tassing. And she married up. Carpenter's more respectable than a farmer. Anyway, that's not the point. The point is, even if I disagree with Otto, I couldn't kill him. You say so. I do. In any case, if you get tired of investigating, my door is open. If you'd like to join my family for a meal or see the mountains, let me know. See the mountains? Yeah, for a brief hunt. A hunt? Yeah, for deer. I might be able to help you get some perspective on the situation. Is that going to be a time user? You didn't say so. I also can't say yes, I just noticed. So... maybe some other time. Change your mind, just say the word. We'll make arrangements. Yeah, okay, so that's 2 time users. We can go to the inn or we can go hunting. And remember, we've got 1 day. Agreed, Pika. I'm looking forward to it too, Walker. You know me, I love me some platformers. Yeah, exactly, Ross. That's exactly right. I'm looking forward to doing the MLP lore run someday, too. That has to wait until we're done with Trek, though. What was I playing recently? Ah, doesn't matter. Hang on. Let me talk to the evil one. By the way, I just want to say I am at this point 99% convinced that Thomas either is the murderer or is the thread puller. I don't know which, but that's my prediction. Andreas, what have you come back to? This is awful, just awful. I should never allow Klaus to publish the 12 articles. This is what happens when common people get agitated by reading nonsense. Yes, that article, the title was ridiculous. Yeah, no, I'm leaning really heavily that way, Blade Troll. And I'm gonna be honest, I hate him, and that's definitely skewing my perspective. That's why I'm not 100% convinced, because I might just be biased against him and seeing evidence, you know, seeing connecting threads that are coincidental. So I could be wrong about this. So, you think the 12 articles are nonsense? I spoke rashly. There's merit to the fundamental of the 12 articles, of course. There's even merit in the ideas of Martin Luther. I'm not about to advocate that the peasantry read his works. These pamphlets, these books can make people crazed, furious. Sister Amalie and I have seen what happens when good people become part of a mob. Yes, I know who she is. Thank you, game. Probably not, Pika. What do you mean? Before we came to Tossing, there was a priest at a town near a Benedictine convent. The town was full of good people. The good people were whipped into a panic by an educated neighbor, the town doctor. He had read the Malus Maleficarum. He had put ideas into his head. The Hammer of Witches, a treatise on witchcraft published in Spire in 1486. Theologians at the University of Cologne condemned the book as unethical and not in line with Catholic doctrine. Despite this, the book has enjoyed widespread popularity. The Witch Hunting Manual? The author was driven out of Innsbruck, wasn't he? Yes, the word of that had not reached our doctor. One thing the book's author and the doctor shared was a contempt for and hatred of women. In the convent, the doctor saw a coven of witches. In Sister Amelie, he saw not a mystic, but a woman possessed by evil spirits speaking blasphemy. But surely the local magistrate didn't believe that. No, he did not, but that didn't matter. The doctor inflamed his neighbor's fears. No matter what I did, no matter what I said, it made no difference. They wouldn't listen to reason. They wouldn't even listen to scripture. In the dead of night, they gathered at the convent and set fire to it. Sister Amelie was lucky to escape with her life. The rest of the nuns were not as fortunate. So I'm all too aware of what can happen on mob forums. I should have known it would happen again. So, he was present at a fire, which burned a bunch of things, including one book that he wrote. So, there's his calligraphy, right? And the calligraphy of the burned page we have. And there's his motive for maintaining the status quo rather than advocating for change one way or another, because he's seen what change can do in a bad way. We already talked about this earlier. Mob? No. So, I'm actually kind of with him on that. But he seems to have taken this to an extreme. So, yeah, once again, 99%. This is my fault. You can't blame yourself for this, Father. Why not? I share more than a small measure of responsibility. You'd think that Otto's death would have shocked the farmers into abandoning a hopeless cause. It's only inflamed them. Why would Otto being murdered make them put down their cause? He does, Blaterville, yes. He is the local confessor. Yeah, like, I'm sorry. Thomas? Okay. Yeah, I was saying, first of all, martyr? Do you know what that word means? Catholic father, Thomas? But, hang on. More to the point. How do I explain this? You know how there's a lot of objective evidence that if you are harsher in punishments towards criminals, it actually makes crime worse, because the moment they get caught in something, they have nothing to lose, and so desperate and dangerous and violent things happen? I'm just pointing that out, because Thomas here feels like the kind of person who would argue we must be harsher on crimes, that way no one will ever commit crimes. Despite decades of evidence to the contrary. Like, that's the reasoning, right? If Otto's dead, oh my god, he died, we better back off. No. You've pushed them into a they have nothing to lose territory, Otto. And by Otto, I mean, oh god, I forgot his name all of a sudden. This guy, Thomas, there we go, Thomas. Yeah, exactly, Wenlock. Granted, that's a whole topic, and it is actually much more complex than I'm giving it credence for, but we do know that being harsh on crime doesn't work. We have lots of evidence about that. It's a really popular thing to do, though. We'll be hard on crime. Never should have come to this. The abbot should have known he was playing with fire. What about Otto and Peter? What about Klaus? Shouldn't they have known? Peasants are being butchered all over Swabia. I just want this to stop before it gets any worse. I suppose there's no good fretting about what's already happened. I have to minister to the people of the town as best I can, given the circumstances, and pray for the best. Speaking of which, I need to hear confessions for the townsfolk. It's a passing tradition after St. John's Eve, in case they got up into a mischief that can't wait until Easter. When is Easter? Oh, great. Hazardous. Yeah, exactly, Lord Harriman. It is a complex topic, like I said, but... Yeah, I think you're right. I think Thomas is realizing that he has made things worse and not better. I'm telling you, that was his motive. He was just trying to... Oh, Easter moves. Got it. Okay, that makes sense. He was just trying to, you know, settle things, and he has stirred the pot. He has done the exact thing he didn't want, and now, well, here we are. You don't have to. Of course, I'd be remiss if I didn't offer. So that sounds like another time user. So, confession, hunting, inn. Those are our three options at the moment. Most tempted by the confessions, by the way. But that's because Thomas is the guilty. He did it! J'accuse! Sorry. Oh, my neck. Hello, Andres. Hi. Hang on, let's switch songs here. What happens if we get the culprit wrong? Well, we already did that once. On purpose. Man, I gotta be honest. The devil probably does live in this town. Let's just be real clear about that. You think that list is just for funsies? Hi, Lucky. Andreas, not looking good, is it? No, it is not. I have to find the real killer. It couldn't have been the abbot. You don't need to convince me. Best you get on that, then. The unrest bodes ill. Peasants are about to do something foolish. Do you have any thoughts on who might have done this? No. Otto's had a few conflicts, but nobody I'd call an enemy. Best of luck to you, Andreas. You don't have much time. Yeah. And other than the actual culprit, I also don't have a motive yet. Andreas, I'm a bit occupied. Do you need something? I need only a moment. Have you seen these flowers anywhere around Tassing? Yes, they're marsh yellow cups. I see the sap dripping from the stems when you squeeze. I've always found them east of the shrine to Saint Sachi in the forest by the Roman ruins. No, there wasn't anything east of there. You didn't think you'd learned everything about Tassing your first visit, did you? Push through the underbrush. You'll find the place and these flowers. Thank you, Agnes. Let's see if that takes time. And yeah, I agree with you, Blade Taval. That does seem to be his modus operandi. Stir up other people to do the killing for him. Hello, burner. Stab! Greetings, Andreas. You've arrived at an ideal moment. Okay, less than ideal, considering Otto's death. Did you catch anything that'd be useful to my investigation? As I said, Werner Learnhardt and I were engaged in a stimulating debate when we heard the crash outside. I only saw a figure flee. Unfortunately, I have no useful details on who it might have been. I hope you find a lead. Exactly, Leitval. For I have severe doubts about the involvement of the abbot in this gruesome affair. Meanwhile, I'm drawing close to the design of my latest invention. I call it a gun. Alright. I'm devising something most unique. Come. At present, we have a problem. The peasants suffer under harsh conditions. Yeah. They toil constantly, but achieve little over barely... They achieve little over bare subsistence. They are taxed heavily. Peasants grow angry, hence the nascent trouble across the lands. It's a dangerous time. I've devised a tool to lessen their drudgery. Look at this schematic. Behold the plow. In front of it, an automaton, man or beast, it matters little, dragging the plow behind it. Have you seen any artificial people before? No, I have never seen an artificial person before. Ha ha ha. Don't be silly. Beep boop. I've seen more shepherds who strike the bell in a carousal of automated magi on the Piazza di San Marco clock in Venice. Ah, father and son Ranieri. An impressive piece of work. You understand of which I speak, the intricacies of machinery. Gears within gears, symmetric coils turning a shaft system that leads to the gearing mechanism. Controls are quite complex, but allow for it to follow a predetermined path. It toils, so the peasant does not have to. Wouldn't it be easier without the figure? Move the plow itself? No, it's the puller that's important to hold and fix and weigh down the plow. The universe reveals itself through the minute intricacies of the clockwork. There's still a few imperfections to work out, but I feel I'm on the correct path. Tell me, Andres, what do you think? Be truthful. There's no progress without truth. It'd be difficult to see how the effort required to make and maintain this would be less than plowing with human and animal labor. I'm on a fool's errand, am I not? That's what my father would have said as well. I fear I am a disappointment. Yeah, I noticed that option, Kitsubine. Is that why you decided to stay in Tassing instead of returning home? There's a part of it, yes. I could not face my father after my travels. Why'd you leave in the first place? I had to prove myself to my father, I suppose, and maybe my father attempted to arrange me marriage. I do not feel ready. You are right to evade it. It is a curse sent to man by a most malevolent force. I would have thought it Providence, so that no one has to be alone, but with Eve on his side. It is the work of Satan. Eve was the temptress who led to the fall of man, after all. I mean, yeah, no, that's programming in a nutshell, isn't it? The fun thing is, once again, there's a logic to it. Listen, he did not know he was shacking us up with Savacom. I'd rather be alone. You don't have to put my mind at ease, Andreas. In any case, there's so much more I have to learn. My inventions have not been as successful as I would like. Why so? I'm not certain. I can envision such designs, but these do not coalesce. Sales, Baltus. An invention is only useful if you can turn it into a flow of profit. Jesus, Banker Andreas is awful. Have you tried military applications? Oh my god. 1 and 4 are both awful. Just make guns. Bigger guns. Lots of guns. Alright, yeah, let's, you must have ambition? No, look for the substance that emerges from the harmony of paints. Not sure the sensibilities of an artist carry over as easily. But I thank you. I invite you to exchange thoughts, and you have proven most valuable. This conversation has given me much to consider. Now I guess I must return to work. Good luck. Enjoy making guns. All of the guns. Sorry. I was already in here. I gave him the loose answer. Occult, logic, bookworm, and law. Nice. Andreas, it seems you're in the thick of it on the mystery again. Not by my choosing, I swear. It's good of you to take it on, in any case. We need your help. Peasants are angry. Oh, I like it on hazardous. But wait. But maybe we can make it so you crank it, and rather than like shooting one thing at a time and reloading, you just shoot another shot. And as you turn the crank, more shots come out. And you could just keep shooting and shooting! Even if what you and Casper said about the abbot makes sense, they don't want to hear it. It's too easy to blame Father Gernot for Otto's murder. Do you know anything about who might have killed Otto? Andreas, if I knew anything, I'd tell you. I'd tell Peter. I am critical of the abbot, but I still love the man. Why? He is an evil, evil man. He really is. I'm sorry. He might, like, Thomas is like, I'm a murderer. But I actually think the abbot is worse of a person. Like we were talking about earlier. He's the Howe, right? He's the Rendon Howe of the situation. Oh, a rapscallion Jesse's mask? I was debating about that. I don't want to see them harmed any more than you do. If I see or hear anything that could help, you'll be the first person I tell. Thank you, Ulrich. You're good. I like you. We are all in God's hands. Bless you, Andreas. Are those leaks? Guy? Ah, we could kill him, I guess. I don't know. I'm ambivalent. He's just a dick. Hang on. Where is it? There we go. Thank you, Grit. I've kept tasking in my prayers as well. Even if... So, let me be clear. I'm speaking of Thomas as if he is guilty. Which I am 99% convinced of being the thread puller. But I would still say that the abbot is a worse person. Doesn't seem to have done much good. Otto's death is a tragedy in an already tense time. I can only pray things can be resolved peacefully. I worry about my husband. He's getting too involved in the whole business. He's doing his best to keep Peter from violence. He's the peacekeeper Tassing needs, which means Ulrich is going to be the next to die. Exactly, Bladejamal. I only pray that his efforts do not lead him into harm's way. I love Ulrich, but he does not see that he may be both prudent and Christian. I pray I'm not acting selfishly, but the abbot's taxes have affected us too. We must be able to provide for ourselves if we're to help others in Tassing. And as Proverbs say, do not answer a fool according to his folly, lest you be also like him. Following Peter into this foolishness is not the Christian action. I only pray he can see that in time. Will you speak with him, Andreas? He seems set on supporting the presence. Yes, that does sound like him. I suppose I'll take it up with him over supper again. God bless you, Andreas. Yeah. Okay. Get out of town. Andreas, how'd you get caught up in another murder? Maybe God wants me to solve murders instead of making art. Seems like a bad way to put food on the table, but maybe you're right. Listen, Andreas, I can't take any sense into Peter. I understand he's angry here. Hang on, this is a good song, but not for now. Really? Yeah, we need to get the blacksmith. Get out of town. I understand he's angry. We're all angry, but threatening the abbot? Burning down the abbey? The Duke's soldiers will tear this town apart. I'm doing what I can, Andres. Thank you. I know Peter's mostly bluster, but I'm just worried. Worried for all of us. I'll talk to you later, Andres. Mr. Mahler, Mr. Tim. Oh, Andreas. I am so sorry, Eva. I knew something like this would happen. He believed in what he was doing. I know he was doing the right thing, but Andreas was... I was so scared. I don't know what I'm going to do now. I'm sure your family can help you. They have enough problems without needing to take care of me. And a baby. I'm sorry, I'm just so tired. It's alright, maybe we can come back later? Share a meal? Yes, I think that would help. Later, then. Also, have some money. No reason. Just a bit. This really is Rogueport, isn't it? Andreas? Andreas Mahler? Hello, cat. How'd you look at that? You are back in Tassing. Look at you, you've done well for yourself. Who's this? This is Casper, my apprentice. Hello. He's got the posture of an artist, that's for sure. Good strong face, though. I do? What brings you back to Tassing, Andreas? I was just passing through on my way to Nuremberg. That piss port of a town. I must say, I saw Merton earlier. I must say I was surprised to see him. That's right, he disappeared when you were last in town. Franz passed a few winters ago, then Wolf. Brigida and I nearly lost the farm and our mines, but Martin returned shortly after, and he's proven a changed man, a good man. He saved us from destitution. Of course, the Abbey would have seized your land. Johann wished to buy it, preserve it for Brigida and I, but with taxes being what they are. Oh, we're lucky Martin returned. I do not wish the fate of Ottilia Kemperin on any woman, least of all myself. Times may be hard in tassing, but God truly did answer our prayers. I'm glad you and your family are well, Kat, despite everything. Thank you, Andreas. It truly is good to see you again, even in the midst of such terrible times. I did want to ask about your son, actually. Martin seems different from how I remembered. What changed? Oh, that's right. He was still gone by the time you left tassing. He returned several weeks later, like he always did. Was it his travels or time that changed him? Only God knows the truth of a man's heart, but I suspect the challenges he faced on the road improved his memories of home. He hasn't stolen anything or run off in years. Truly, the Lord provides for his faithful. He and Otto were arguing the other day, though. Do you know why? Were they? I'm sorry, I don't know anything about that. Martin supports Otto in his cause against the Abbot's taxes. They didn't have any cause to fight. I don't know, their argument was quite heated. Would Martin have any reason to hurt Otto? Of course not. They've become close friends these past few years, like brothers. Even brothers quarrel. After Franz died, God blessed me by returning my son to me healed of his darkness. We should be giving thanks that the Lord led Martin to the light. You weren't blind to his flaws before. You know men like him don't change. Trust me, Andres, I know my own son. Martin would never do such a thing. Thank you for talking to me, Kat. Thank you for hearing me out. Till later. Till then. Hello, Andreas. Could you spare a moment, Brigida? I suppose. What do you need? Come on, game. There we go. It was so strange seeing Martin. What do you mean? Seems he came back from his travels a changed man. For the better, yes. For all the grief he gave me, we're happy now. Is that so bad? No, of course not. I just didn't expect it of Martin. He did get in an argument with Otto when I was coming to town, though. What happened there? All the questions about my husband, Andreas. I'm looking for any reason someone might want to murder Otto. I was pressing Martin to support him in the town commons. Martin has changed, but his history in this town is remembered. He doesn't want to cause any more trouble. He didn't want to speak in the commons because he's afraid of the abbot. They squabbled over it, that's it. Otto threatened Martin if he didn't cooperate. What was your husband so afraid of that Otto knew? Your husband can't have changed that much. I know that Otto and Martin had quarreled, but that's all. Maybe he flew off the handle with Otto. You know how men are. Sorry, I don't know anything about the matter, except you do, and I apparently failed at it. Please, I need to get back to work. Right. I'm not sure, Dakota. Act 2 certainly feels different than Act 1 in that respect. Martin won't even talk to me. Hello, Andreas. Good to see you back in town. Hello, Veronica. How have you been? Oh, you know, pulled every which way. Mom's been a cow about something. As if I'm not doing enough for work already. Oh, right, getting married. You shouldn't rush something as important as children. That's what I keep telling her. Maybe you should talk to her, Andreas. If it comes from someone as successful as you, maybe she'll pay attention. You know, I gotta get back to work. Hey, Andreas. Heard the rumor you were back. Hello, Hans. Meet Casper, my apprentice. Hello. You from Nuremberg, like Andreas? I'm from Salzburg. Is that very far from here? Not too far, I think. A few days to the east on horseback. I've never been outside of Tossing. Or ridden a horse. Run. Run! I guess some of the men in town say it would be better if the Abbey weren't around. They might be right about that. What do you think? I don't know. Could be nice to have a change. Careful what you wish for. Change does not come peacefully in the Empire. Guess we'll see. Until then, Hans. Hey, Marcods. That's Johann. Andreas, we need to talk. Alright, what's on your mind? How are you helping the abbot? You know what he's been doing to our families? Peter's threatening the abbey, not the abbot. I suppose you do have some friendliness with them. Those monks never did me any good by me or my family. By my measure, they've done a lot of harm. You're an asshole who was glad that a woman died so you could take her land. Screw you, dude. The abbot doesn't care about what happens to us. Maybe we need to hurt something he does care about. That is a dangerous gamble. The Duke's soldiers could easily raise all of Tassing if you do anything drastic. You may be right, but I don't know what else to do. Do what you have to, Mahler. Yeah. Hello, Peter. Jorg. Yeah, Johann just securing that spot. Hate him. Clara doing her thing. Ursula doing her thing. Hello, Peter doing nothing. Well, so we've got confession, we've got hunting, we've got buying everyone a thing, and according to that, investigating the shrine is going to be a time thing, if I'm understanding the map correctly. 4 options. We can only pick one. We haven't been to the Abbey yet. Rome. That direction. Yeah, I apologize, everyone. By the way, this game probably would be a lot shorter if I wasn't reading everything out loud. So I do hope you'll forgive the indulgence. That's what I'm thinking, Jesse's Mask. Might break a little bit early. I do have some laundry to do. God bless you, Mahler. God bless you, Sister Sophie. It's good to see you again. And you, Master Mahler. The garden looks spectacular. You've taken good care of it. I know it's been some time, but I must remind you of my vows. I cannot speak with men. Okay. They're not even home right now, so... Well, the oldest isn't. Yeah, you're not going to talk to me. God bless you. God bless you. How are you faring? Mother Luminata is grieved to hear about Otto's death, as am I. The Lord granted me gift of knowledge and grief, so I will help the sisters how I can. What do you mean? I lost my husband and son before I took my vows, Master Mahler. Lord willing, I can guide the sisters in their grief. I pray your counsel soothes their spirits. Is working for Mother Illuminata very different from working with Mother Cecilia? My duties remain the same, regardless of who the prioress is. You haven't noticed any differences? Mother Illuminata prefers a warmer room. I maintain the hearth in her room throughout the night. It's incredibly considerate of you. May it bring glory to God. I must return to my duties. Right. Ooh, curry. Oh, that sounds good right about now. I'm gonna have leftover Mexican, probably. There's Matilda. I wanted to thank you. What for? You understood that despite what happened to me at the hands of the Baron, you did not condemn me. I appreciate that. The Archdeacon surveyed the evidence. I merely spoke the truth as I saw it. Yes, well, the entire event was a tragedy. I did not expect to see you again. I'm glad the Lord gave me the chance to thank you properly. I ought to get back to work. Hello, who's there? Sister Margaret? It's Andreas Mahler, the artist. Oh, Master Mahler. Mother Illuminata said you'd returned. There's someone else with you? Yes, my apprentice, Caspar. Hello. God bless you. You smell even more paint than your master. She's blind. She relies on her other senses. Oh, thank you. You're funny. Anyway, I should go. Mother Illuminati doesn't like when we're distracted from our duties. Of course. Whoops. Whoops. Sister Gertrude said one of the townsfolk was killed. Oh, that's weird. More than I want to, Act. Way more than I want to. Otto Zimmerman, the town carpenter, was crushed by a part of a construction of the Rathaus. No. I heard some of the sisters saying it was a murder, and the peasants chased the monks into the library. Sisters Bean even said they're accusing the Father Abbot. Is that true? Yes, but it couldn't have been the Abbot. I'm trying to find out who really killed Otto. I pray you do. Everyone's getting scared. I heard Sister Sophie last night crying. Mother Illuminata says God will preserve us, but everything just keeps getting worse. Maybe the Lord's punishing the Abbey. Why would he want to punish Kirsau, sister? I don't think the Abbot should treat the peasants so harshly. But I don't know what to think anymore. Has anything else happened in the convent recently? Well, a man ran into me when I was washing lettuce in the herb hut a few days ago. Is that so strange? Yes, even in a joint monastery, the sisters and brothers' quarters are separated. He shouldn't have been in the church since it was almost Vespers. Dusk. Could you describe him? I can do my best, even though the hut was dark. I knew it was a man because his figure was taller than any of the sisters, and he grunted when he bumped me. One of our suspects, Master? Perhaps. Did you recognize his voice? No, he didn't say anything, but I felt the texture of one of the habits when he bumped into me. His skin was softer, too, and he was knocked back when we collided. He grabbed me and moved me out of the way. No beard. What would a brother be doing in an herbal hut? I don't know. He startled me, but was in and out of the hut before I could call out. Banged things around, too. I think it was one of the younger brothers. The rest aren't light on their feet. I can hear them shuffling all the way across the garden. So that still leaves Brother Lucas and Brother Guy. But the Abbot has his own house. What would he be doing sneaking around the herb hut? Yeah, Further Gurnet would just order one of the other brothers to get something for him anyways. Master Mahler, how cheeky. It's true. That leaves Lucas or Guy. If I may, Master Mahler. Yes? Brother Lucas and I are friends. I don't think he'd hide from me. Which leaves Brother Guy. Which unfortunately gives us another suspect. Guy is young and fast enough to be in and out in a flash. What was he doing here? I don't know. I couldn't tell what he was doing or if he took anything. By the time I realized what happened, Sister Sophie came and got me for supper. Peculiar occurrence. I thought it strange, especially since it was close to evening prayers. Might be able to help you identify which herb jars he grabbed. We should get blessing first, though. She's a stickler. We should get her blessing first. Would you help me find her? Of course. Sister Gertrude, may I take Master Mahler into the herb hut? We're looking for anything that man might have left behind. Ah, your mystery intruder. Why are you so interested, Andreas? We are wanting to see if anything left behind that may be connected to Otto's murder. Very well. I prefer you not open every jar, however. Some of the herbs need to remain sealed. I was supposed to figure out if you left anything. I know the jars by sound. If you gently shake them, I should be able to tell you which ones he picked up as I came in. I know he used 3 of the jars. Once we find all 3, we can figure out which one is the last one he opened. That sounds reasonable. This way, then. Alright, who killed the bot? Who killed the bot? Someone did actually kill the bot. It was actually you, Mr. Red. There we go. Persona 5 did that, Dakota. Sorry, lengthy response. But how many times was it like, hey, let's go to, you know, have a burger, and then, like, that's the day's event? Hell, people have been making fun of that since Persona 3. You get to do one activity. You remember, I used a walkthrough for that crap. I haven't seen that in this game, though, now that I know what you're talking about. Favorite classic raid boss in terms of story is obviously the Lich King. But my second favorite... Man, I want a burger, too, now. Burger. I mean, that would make more sense. Action A costs 3 units of time. You have 10 units to play with. Action B costs 2 units. Action C costs 5. Turn it into a currency. I mean, it's already a currency. It's just, it's too abstracted. Proceeds. Yeah. Sorry. There we go. Nope. Nope. What was the name of those stupid flowers that we've already seen? Agreed. Jesse's mask. They already told me, and I just forgot it. Just glad the mouse actually works for this section. It usually doesn't. Okay, so he picked up the Brockwurst. And the Bebos. And the Cinquefoil. Wonderful. Seems like it's still sealed. Let's see what's inside. Money. A lot of money. Brother Guy was hiding a lot of money in the herb hut. He's in charge of the treasury. Why would we need to put all this here? Not sure, but it's definitely suspicious. If you remember, there was a specific mention that the abbot, who was evil and awful, but still, he mentioned that Guy was doing the treasury. He was running the books. And yeah, I think that Guy is embezzling. Which could give him a motive to go after Otto. If Thomas mentioned it to him and mentioned, you know, if Otto finds out, just saying. I think the final boss of the Nexus, which I'm actually saying like that to avoid spoilers, Mr. Red. I think that's my pick. Mirabilis? Mirabilis? Mirabilis. I don't know. Whatever. That's a lot of wine. Like a lot of wine. Churches are usually responsible for their own finances. And at this point in history, and especially at this place in history, we're definitely treated like another nobility. They're a lord, right? They own the land, and they owe fealty to someone else who they have to kick up to. In this case, the Duke of Bavaria, I guess, or whatever duchy we're in. Truth be told, I don't really have many suspects right now, no. So there's a book. A book of exorcism and occultism. Should be in a place in the Abbey. On this page. Oreth, Pinin, Ossel, Triboy, Nuriath, Birfrith, Camoy, Astaroth, Turbanois, Ismail, Arael, Otto. Otto's name in the middle of a summoning circle, but why? Asking me? Writing is by a different hand. The writing is French. Wood from his door, linen and wax for candles. Sounds like ingredients. The person I know who speaks Burgundian French is Brother Guy. Is Guy trying to curse Otto? I mean, losing Guy wouldn't exactly cost me a lot of tears. Since this is based on real-life history, this is probably a fake curse. If I were to guess. No magic, no real necromancy. I mean, fake curses still make for real blackmail. Yeah, isn't this heavily based on, oh god, I can't think of the name. Give me 1 second. Name of the Rose. That's it. That's exactly what I was thinking of. An arranged miracle. Yeah. Good evening, J. Palmer. I don't mean that as an insult, by the way. Unlike some people, oh, isn't this just based on something such and such? Isn't something I mean as a derogatory comment. Actually kind of irritates me when people do that as an insult word. Oh, it's just Star Wars without the lightsabers. No, that is. You're absolutely right, Blade. Hannah is, I think, technically a suspect? I had the option to, like, accuse her for a moment. Yeah, exactly, as it is. Agreed, J. Palmer. We need more forceless Star Wars works. And I mean that with total sincerity. We've gotten a few. It's nice. It's nice that we've started to get a few, and I'm happy with that. Oh, the peasants looted everything in here, too. The ciborium, a cup or vessel for the holy host to sit within before or after the Eucharist. Typically made of precious metals. And tabernacle holds the holy host in a locked and secure box between services of the Eucharist, God's holy place. Of course they did. The sacristy is just a pile of gold in the shape of crosses and candlesticks. I still look around to see if anything's left. A journal. Might be Guy's ledger. Let's take a look. Let me take a look at the entries. Abby's income, donations from pilgrims. Abby's expenses. Some of these numbers are awfully high. Yeah, they are. Of course, Guy used double bookkeeping. I use the same for accounts at home. The Abbey's struggling to make ends meet, but the accounts balance out. Oh, right up. Sheet of parchment with a few notes. Why was it tucked away in the ledger? That doesn't feel right. What's it say? Oh, whatever. We got the ledger now. First of all, yes, Jay Palmer. But second of all, yes. And third of all, yes. Any questions? Oh, come on, Nick. Ugh. Yeah, it doesn't even have to be the Clone Wars. Although, something I've thought about recently. Of all the eras of Star Wars that have the most potential for storytelling, most people tend to think it's the original trilogy, the Galactic Civil War. But the older I get and the more I start dipping my toes into writing myself, the more I think it's actually the Clone Wars. There's so much you can do with the Clone Wars. And there was so much going on. It really was the World War II of the setting. Yeah, we could do so much more with the CIS. Absolutely. And yeah, there's a lot of characters, a lot of moving pieces, and a lot of directions. I would say it counts, Act, yeah. I've heard good things about the High Republic. Lemons and a penknife. Lemon juice can be used as disappearing ink. Guy's hidden on that parchment. Well, let's find out. Maybe, maybe not. This controls really weirdly, by the way. I have not watched anything. I don't have time to watch anything, really. So no, would be the answer. I did see one clip, which was, all I'm going to say is, we must now rely on the Imperial Stormtroopers. And that's all I'll say about that. Oh, there we go. Maybe. Game. There we go. This is really frustrating. Oh my god, please don't make me do this for the whole thing. Oh my god, this is not great. Hang on. I mean, it's still a dumb reason in universe, but it, you know, it's a valid reason. thank God. Thank you. Yeah, guy was stealing for the Abbey. Duh. In March alone, he stole almost 7 florins worth of funds. That's as much as my father makes in months. He's sending it to the account of an Augsburger man who'd deposited it with the Fuggers. Probably supposed to be pronounced Fugers. A prominent, extremely wealthy banking family in Augsburg. They held business interests throughout the free imperial cities and a monopoly on the European copper market. So we're going to call them Fuggers. If Otto knew about this, Guy would certainly have motivation to silence him. Or at least it's evidence we can use to show Guy was skimming money to a proxy account in Augsburg. Afraid to wander. Stay at the library. Peter's orders. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. I mean, yeah, exactly, Pillars of Snow. I'm not joking. It's the World War II of the setting. We're still seeing the effects of World War II in real life now. You know? Of course, they looted the crypt. But let's get to the library, shall we? Hi, Gernot. Asshole. Who's there? Yeah, it does, Spartan. You're absolutely right. Seeds. Is it you, Lord, come to claim us all? It's Andreas. Andreas. Dear boy. We're getting you on the freaking boat, Dog? Could have been better. The escape to the library winded me. You know, that's a good question, Lord Harriman. In my mind, it's always been the Great Hyperspace War, but that doesn't really play out if you actually look into it. And I know there's a huge gap in between the Great Hyperspace War and the Clone Wars. It's one of the oldest wars in Star Wars history. In fact, I don't even think it's canon anymore in the AU. I'm not sure about that. But it's like the first interstellar, like, galactic war in the setting. And it's very, very, very impactful. Pretty much everything was changed by the Great Hyperspace War, which is why I put it as the Great War. So live alive, FF16, and Civilization 6, and thank you very, very much for the sub, as always. So, I don't know what you're talking about. I still, my copy of Citra still works. But that's... Like, I don't know what else to add to that. We're going to keep using 3D emulation for the same reason we always have. I feel aches, a heavy heart, but it'll pass if God wills it. I wanted to ask you of the presence that you mentioned earlier. Surely you see the situation has changed drastically. If this presence wanted things to remain as they were, this has clearly failed. Yes. Do not think of this. It is not the time. Make sure the brothers and sisters are well. Do what I can. Must rest. Keep holding on, Brother Adok. God bless you, Andreas. Has anything come to light in the investigation of Otto's death? I must speak with you urgently about Brother Guy. Now's really not the time to discuss the enmity between you. I know you do not care for each other, but it's hardly appropriate. Guy's been stealing from the Abbey. Pardon me? I must not have heard you right. He's been obscuring it in the ledger, but the evidence is there. In March alone, he stole almost 7 florins worth of funds and sent it to fuckers in Augsburg. My god. That can't... How did you learn this? I found a receipt in the back of the Abbey. It's hidden with lemon juice. If Otto knew something about this, I can't think Brother Guy would have killed him. He might? He's never been much like the peasants, but murder? I don't think violence of that kind is in his nature. I know his heart. He couldn't have made a mistake, are you certain? These are not the kinds of mistakes I make. Oh, I suppose not. Never ends, does it? These times are so dark, Andreas. Even with the Lord's light to guide us, I do not know how we will go on when this is through. There's little I can do about this now, but should we survive the coming days, consequences for Brother Guy will be dire. Thank you for hearing me out. Whatever you think of me and my intentions, I do care about Curacao. You've not always seen eye to eye, but I've never doubted you care for this place. In that, at least, we are aligned. One final thing. Have you spoken with him about this? No, not yet. He doesn't know he's been found out very well. Go with God, now more than ever. Uh-huh. Hey, guy. Bulkbird, it's gonna be alright. How can you know that, Lucas? Trust in Providence. The Lord guides us through Gethsemane. They're gonna hurt us. No, they're gonna murder you. Yes, I'm here to help in any way I can. It's all looking better already. Bulkbird gotta send us a mediator. I don't want to die. Toughen up, boy! Punch! Please. Bulkbird, peace and calm. Think of the heavenly realms above us, for angels sing praise to the Lord every day. Biblically accurate angels! Ah! I'll join the choir one day, but you won't die here. Listen to Andreas, he'll help us. Stay safe. I'll solve this before anyone gets hurt. Perfect music for this. Andreas Mahler, I heard where you were in Tossing, but you did not come to visit. Sorry, I should have come by earlier. I was glad to see you again after all this time. I do see this as a sensible act. You put yourself at risk sneaking in here. I want to see how you're holding up. You're not out of danger if that's what you have in mind. The peasants are on edge and we are stuck. Do you fear they truly want more violence? They may not be trained soldiers, but it does not make a military acumen to burn down a building full of books. If they hurt the abbot or damage the abbey, the Duke's armies will not show leniency. Believe me, a direct confrontation with real soldiers will end in slaughter. You said as much about the peasants, but what about you and your brothers? Oh, I'm well. I've been through worse. The Battle of Cosman, the Siege of Dornoch Castle, death, suffering. Too much of that, perhaps, for a young mind. But enough. Long enough ago by now. Here, others hold my attention. I worry for Volpart and Rudger. They are gentle people, not to withstand terror and violence. But I'm especially worried about Adok. Yeah, he didn't look good. He's old and frail, and his health has grown worse. He remarks of pains in his chest. I'm cut off from my tools, and were it not so, I'm unsure what I could help against his affliction. Perhaps Salvia Salvatrix or Papos Inferium? I can help! You are good of heart. Asking Sister Gertrude might be the most prudent. She knows the plants best. Be safe. Be well, Florian. And on that bombshell...